It is. Good morning, everyone. I'd like to call the February 29th, 2024 Village Council Work Session meeting to order. I show we have a quorum. We are missing, I believe, Bob at this point.
Bob, I'm going to make a motion to allow Bob Markleese to participate remotely.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Welcome, Bob. Next up, we have adoption of the agenda. Do we have any changes or?
I have some additions. Under G, consent agenda number 12, consider approval of Tyler Technologies change order for configuration of pooled cache and authorize manager to execute contract. And a new letter O, items of discussion. Number 1, recess the Village Council work session until Wednesday, March 6th at 2 p.m. at Marvin Village Hall. Under the same item, number 2, discussion and consideration of general obligation bond projects.
Any other changes, additions, subtractions? All right, I'll need a motion to approve the agenda as amended.
So moved.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right. Next up, adoption of the previous minutes. Did everyone have a chance, I assume, to get a look at those? No questions? Hearing none, I'll ask for an adoption of the previous minutes.
And that's the retreat minutes and the regular meeting minutes.
Both the retreat and the regular minutes. Yep.
So moved.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Against, hearing none, passes. Next up, presentations. We have presentations of the Green Rail Trail Safety by Union County Sheriff's Office. Welcome, guys.
Good morning.
Morning.
I've got my notes on my phone. I promise I'm not not distracted. So I know you were talking about technology a minute
Take
ago
a
with our
few
friend
texts,
and our
you know.
nemesis. But I'd like to begin by introducing myself and Lieutenant Sean Mayhew behind me. I'm Lieutenant James May. I'm the Public Information Officer for the Union County Sheriff's Office. We're happy to be here. I'd like to thank Ms. Amos and the Village Council for setting up this opportunity for us to address some safety concerns within the Village of Marvin. Lieutenant Mayhew is our lieutenant over special operations, which oversees all of our contracts. So any questions that I may be unable to answer, he may be able to help me out with. Also, if there's any questions that we can't answer together, we will make sure to take those down and bring you back a response that is based on fact. So once again, just wanted to take the time to come and address some safety concerns that were brought to Sheriff Cathy's attention within the last week or so about the addition of green space and walkways within the Village of Marvin. As you know, at a previous meeting here, there were some concerns brought up about residential break-ins and those break-ins being attributed to the access to local homes from green space or walkways that are attached or in close proximity to these neighborhoods in your village. What I've done after receiving that concern was I started doing some research. We pulled some crime stats. I read over some investigative reports from residential break-ins that have occurred within the past 2 years in this area, and I'd like to share those findings with you. In summary, what I can safely say is that there is no clear indicator that the walking trails that are in close proximity or attached to these neighborhoods were the proximate cause or enabled these criminals to gain entry to these homes. I can say that in the overwhelming majority of these cases, the suspects in the case did force entry into the back of these homes. These break-ins have occurred. There's been roughly 20 within the last 2 years. That's 2022 and 2023 that have occurred within Marvin, Weddington, Waxhaw, this area, as well as the surrounding areas. All those homes have been unoccupied at the times the break-ins have occurred, and the suspects in these cases have stolen items of high value and fled the scene.
So just to be clear, this is not just Marvin. This is 20 in the last 2 years in the Waxhaw, Weddington, and Marvin areas. So it's
That's
spread
correct.
between 3 municipalities.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir, it is. And thanks for the clarification there. So that being said, we know that the suspects are making rear entry to the homes. How do we know that? Because oftentimes people have camera systems set up that point towards their back door. Now, could the suspects have entered the property line from a walking trail? It is a possibility. However, we can't confirm that that's the case in the majority of these investigations based on the fact there's not a camera pointing that direction, okay? More than likely, what we see in crimes such as residential break-ins is the suspects want to get in, they want to take whatever items that they're seeking to take, and they want to get out and they want to flee the area very quickly. So what we believe is occurring is that they're going to a nearby vehicle that's waiting and taking them away. I would like to point out that what we're seeing is not uncommon for the Charlotte and South Carolina, Indian Land, Lancaster County, South Carolina areas. This is the crimes that are being, or that are occurring within the Marvin, Weddington, and Waxhaw area concerning residential break-ins are being seen across the nation. So across the entire United States, we're attributing these crimes to a specific group, and that group is being investigated by multiple state law enforcement partners, including the Sheriff's Office, and multiple federal law enforcement partners, including the Federal Bureau of Investigation. So we feel like we're getting close. We feel like that we have several leads in the case that we're working on, and we hope to make some arrests sooner than later in these cases. I say all that, and that sounds a little scary. I know people are concerned about their family's well-being, and they want to make sure that they can live and work in their communities safely. And that's why I wanted to pull up the crime stats. If you look at Part 1 crimes, which is what I've pulled for you today, Part 1 crimes simply mean that these are the stats that the Sheriff's Office tracks that are related to arsons, assaults, breaking and entering, larceny incidents, and motor vehicle thefts. And I don't know if Austin, if you're running, could you scroll down for me down to 2023 to the next page? So I went back to 2010, but we'll stay with the more recent just to respect everyone's time. To clarify what the word breaking and entering means. When it says breaking and entering there, that means that someone broke and entered a structure. That's 4 walls and a roof. That could be an outbuilding, that could be a home. Like I said, it's somewhere that people would seek shelter.
But not a vehicle.
Not a vehicle. Larceny, right underneath it, pertains to breaking and entering motor vehicles. Now, I say breaking and entering, and I'd like to hit on this for just a second. If people would simply press that lock button on their car remote, that number would probably be 2 instead of 26. Over 90% of the motor vehicle break-ins we see are unlocked cars. That brings me to my next point, motor vehicle theft. You've had 3 in 2023 in Marvin. In each of those cases, the key was left inside of an unlocked vehicle. If people would simply remove their ignition keys from the car and lock the door, you would have 0 motor vehicle thefts, more than likely, and a whole lot less larceny incidents. So a lot of this crime is preventable. But I say all that to say in 2022 you had 26. In 2021 you had 28 total crimes that are Part 1 crimes. So as you can see, there's not been a significant increase in any crime reports for the village of Marvin. And I'm going to take a little bit of personal pride, and I know Sheriff Kathy would encourage me to do it. We attribute that to some really great law enforcement professionals in this area. So the Sheriff's Office, we're very proud of our folks that work out here, and we think they do a good job. And we hope you all feel the same way. So, like I said, we have experienced across this area of the county a slight uptick in residential break-ins over the past 2 years. But like I said, once again, we attribute this to one group, not 8 or 10 different groups that are targeting homes in the Marvin area. So I want to talk a little bit about prevention efforts. Well, let me stop there and see if there's any questions there first, and then we'll talk about prevention efforts.
When I look at these numbers, because you and I had a conversation the other day,
Yes, sir.
a good bit of these numbers could realistically happen in one night.
They absolutely could. That's a great point. For instance, your larcenies, that are 26 larceny incidents in 2023. What we have seen in the past, primarily on the west side of Union County, Indian Trail, Wesley Chapel, Weddington, is that suspects from Charlotte, usually juveniles, will steal a motor vehicle in Charlotte. They'll load it up with 5 or 6 folks. They'll drive down here and they'll drop people off in neighborhoods, and they go around pulling on door handles. You can see it on surveillance cameras all day long. They're pulling on door handles, and the only ones that are victimized are the ones that are unlocked. very rarely, and I'm thinking, if I had to pull numbers on it, I would say safely 5% of motor vehicle break-ins in Union County are forced entry. And by forced entry, I mean they broke a window, they ripped a lock out of a door handle. 95% of these cases are unlocked motor vehicles. But if you hit or if 5 suspects enter a neighborhood such as, let's say, Brandon Oaks and Indian Trail, those suspects could easily access 26 vehicles in one night in a 2 to 3 hour time frame. So you're talking about 26 incidents in an entire year. So breaking and entering to residences is the same way. I'll also say that breaking and entering to residences can occur during the construction phase. So if there's new construction within the village of Marvin, which we know everybody's growing in Union County, and there's a door on the house, and somebody goes in, nobody lives there, there's probably not even flooring down yet, but they go in and steal the dishwasher, the stove, and the microwave, and all the copper in the house. It counts as a breaking and entering to a residence. So not all of these have been occupied homes.
Would you say that, or maybe a percentage if you had it, that those that have the intent of stealing, breaking and entering and stuff, what is their exit? I mean, what's the quickest way out? I mean, are they gonna use a trail or are they gonna use a road?
Well, like I said, it safely, I'm trying to make sure I say this correctly. They could use either. The more economical, smart option, most of our criminals are not very smart, but the smart option is for them to park a car down the road and then simply go to that vehicle and then leave the area quickly, because they don't want to stay here long. And if you're on a walking trail and you're carrying somebody's jewelry box down a walking trail, you're liable to draw some attention. And that attention is liable to have a 911 response from the sheriff's office and us come out there and ask you why you're exercising with someone's jewelry box in your hand. Dishwasher. So, yeah, or carrying a dishwasher around. It's not feasible. Some of the items that have been taken are large, and it's highly unlikely that they're gonna carry those down a walking trail to leave the area. It's more likely that they're accessing a vehicle that's close by.
One question I would have, can you kind of categorize these different things into whether they occur more during the day or at night? Because, we provide additional funds to get extra support.
Sure.
We look at the times that we have that extra support available. I know a lot of the car break-ins happen at night.
Yes, sir.
It's happened in my neighborhood, which has 5-acre lots and few and far between. But like you said, they'll hit 5 or 6 cars in that one night. But can you just kind of give us an idea of when a lot of these things are occurring?
Yes, sir. Everything that I've researched on these past 2 years, the majority of these happen during the day. Mid-morning after everybody leaves for work, or if a family were to leave for vacation or something like that, it's midday to early afternoon when the families that occupy these homes are not there. These are the homes that people live in. Your residential construction break-ins, those usually occur overnight, just like car break-ins, because the construction crews are not on site to monitor what's going on.
And
So,
Lieutenant May, if you don't mind, I may add too for Councilman Barish. Lieutenant Mayhew in the back was actually replaced Lieutenant Kazai, who was promoted a couple weeks ago, maybe even a couple months ago at this point. One of the things that we periodically do about every quarter is we look at the stats in terms of what hours most crimes are happening, and we try to adjust our officers' hours to those peak demands. So we are internally kind of monitoring that, him and I, in and of itself.
well, and I'll say this, and you folks know the benefit of having the contract cars here close. I won't take any time on that, but the benefit that it also brings is you get the full weight of the enforcement and investigative arm of the sheriff's office. So I don't want to get into the exact tactics they're using to try to locate these offenders. But from our crime laboratory, collecting DNA and fingerprint evidence, or attempting to in these cases, our detectives, who some are undercover, surveillance, anything like that. Like there's a lot of things going on behind the scenes to try and stop this, because we take this very personally. That we want people to be able to leave their homes and go out to the parks and walkways with their local children, or with their children and their pets, and just really enjoy where they live. So it's keeping them safe and letting them know that the sheriff's office is here to protect them is a huge factor for us. So Did that cover your question, or do I need to?
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
And then one other question I had, the assault and aggravated assault is, would you say that's mostly domestic, or is it?
Yes, sir.
Okay, it's not someone coming in and
That's correct.
targeting an individual too?
Right, an assault aggravated would be a serious assault. Like I said, it would up to the level of a homicide potentially. Those are very rare in this area, but they are normally, I would say 99.9% of the time, domestic or known associates. We have not had any reported cases where anyone in Marvin has been assaulted, injured, or robbed, anything like that, in a public park, green space, anything like that, or within any of your local shopping centers.
And I may have missed this, but earlier you said that those numbers were of the 3 towns, municipalities. These numbers, are these ones specific to
These are
Marvin?
specifically
These are
for
specific.
Village of Marvin,
Marvin.
because I didn't want to highlight on, I mean, I know everybody's close.
Yep.
But I think it's important just to focus on the decisions that you all have, provide you with information to help you make the best decision for your area that you lead. So that's why we pulled just these numbers. And if you scroll, and Austin, I don't know if you can scroll back to the top, as you can see over the years, as growth, you see growth periods where, I was telling somebody earlier, I spent a lot of time working off-duty out here at these intersections many years back, directing traffic, and I would always drive by and always say, hey, man, they're building houses everywhere out here. There's a lot of houses going up. In those years, you can see where crime numbers did rise, and then they fell back. So yeah. Moving on, like I said, if there's no other questions, I'll move on to kind of some prevention efforts. And this is something we'd like to highlight, but I don't want to overlook any questions if there are any at the moment.
I just want to make one point, because I'm going to try to help you out here.
Great.
Y'all do a great job. And it kind of tails on to my previous question of the numbers. Those numbers, when I look at 2023, those numbers could represent one night. Just someone come from Charlotte. Here's a point that we see at council, because we have people, whether they appreciate what we do or they don't. If they don't, here's what happens, and here's what happens to you. You'd have someone come in and go, gosh, larceny numbers in 22 was 17. Larceny numbers in 23 were 26. That is, and I'm just going to pull a number, that's almost 100% increase in larceny. Puts a bad look on you.
Sure.
And it's unfortunate, but I just wanted to make a point from what I was saying before, that those numbers could happen in one night, and there's nothing, the prevention part that you're getting ready to go into certainly helps that, and we want that to be a part of that. But for our constituents and the people that are out there, playing the percentage game it's I guess really not, it's sometimes hard to take a look at,
Well,
because again, you're looking at, we've doubled our larceny in Marvin. Oh my God, there's just this huge thing going on. When in fact, if you go from 1 to 3, then oh my gosh, we've tripled the amount of larcenies here. But we've only had 3.
Right.
So, and I'm not downplaying any of these, because
No, I
we
understand.
would love for all those to be 0. But I'm just helping you when you present.
Yeah, no, it's, like I said, that's a great point. And that's actually in my next point. You take me right into my next point. So I did want to highlight, you can't take, if you run percentages on the increase or decrease in crime over the year, or throughout the years in the Village of Marvin, some years it makes us look great. Some years it makes us look really bad. Just like you said, if you said there's a 100% increase in breaking and entering incidents, that sounds really bad. But if I put $1 in my pocket and then I put a second $1 in my pocket and I say I doubled my money, it sounds like I made a lot of money. But really I only got $2 in my pocket. So, what we've got to take into account is you can look at percentages and they are factual when you run the numbers. Absolutely. If we went from 4 break-ins to 8 break-ins in a year, we doubled our numbers in the Village of Marvin, right, for a crime. However, what I would encourage those folks to do is I would encourage them to look at crime stats for communities that surround Union County, Mecklenburg County, places like that. The fact that we could so easily double crime stats in one night shows you how safe it is where you live. It's so few and far between that one group could double, if not triple, your stats in one night. So I think instead of focusing on the percentages, that I think you got to look at the individual numbers and say out of 365 days, and ever how many thousands of residences are in the village of Marvin, we had 7 that were entered illegally. So it's, and then like I said, the other crimes, and I'll hit it again, are so preventable. And should you have to lock your car in your driveway, I wish you didn't. I wish we lived in a world where you didn't have to lock your front door or lock your car. But that's not, unfortunately, that's not the world we live in. And criminals will seek out easy targets. So if they look inside your car and they see that MacBook and that brand new iPhone and the ignition key sitting in the center console, and they pull on that door handle and it's unlocked, your car's probably going to get stolen.
So you said the breaking and entering, that's a structure.
That's
Okay,
correct.
so out of those 7, how many of those are actually somebody's residence, or is it a detached garage that's unlocked, or, you know, and you did say construction sites, unoccupied homes and stuff. I mean, what's the percentage of people's actual living, like, houses of that 7? I mean, are you talking about half of them? Are you talking about 90%?
That's a
of
great
them?
question. What I need to do is, I didn't write down those numbers, but what I can do is I can go back and read those 7 reports again and get you an exact,
I would
you
be
know,
interested to know
outbuilding
that,
versus home.
being
or
that we
home
have,
under
what, about
construction.
70 houses under construction in the village at this
Yeah.
point, between the neighborhoods that we have going on, so
Sure.
if that could easily be,
Yeah.
you know, attributed to construction sites. I don't know that for sure. I don't know, I'm not trying to go any particular direction, but I'd like to know what the percentage is of somebody just kind of sneaking in and grabbing some stuff where it's easy pickings, or are they actually breaking in somebody's residence and stealing jewelry or what have you? Because that's certainly the more concerning, if you will, because that's our personal safety, right, in our home. If it's a shed or if it's a house under construction and it's an easy grab and run, well, I don't feel quite as violated in that kind of a situation. Obviously, it's a concern, but it's not as much as somebody walking into my house and going through my personal stuff, so that's
And did you
important.
mention what time? I forgot. I know you asked the question. During the days.
It's during the day when the homes are unoccupied. We've not had a break-in yet within the past 2 years that I've found. And like I said, I've read through these reports, but I apologize, I didn't jot down whether it was a garage or a home under construction, but I can get you that answer.
And given the fact that Union County is one of the fastest growing communities or counties in the country, is this, would this number make, I mean, it's not like out of the thing. I still think they're low overall.
They are. They're extremely low in comparison with the communities and the counties that surround us. And once again, I go back, and I'm not trying to be funny when I say this, but I go back to Sheriff Cathy is a very strong believer in proactive law enforcement. And what that means is that our folks are out here, they're riding through your neighborhood streets. A lot of times you'll see our patrol cars with the blue lights on the corners of their lights, bars and things like that. They're doing what we call preventative patrols and business checks. It's very proactive. And if, you're sitting there for way too long, sitting in a neighborhood for way too long, and you just seem strange, you're probably going to meet a Union County Sheriff's Office deputy, and they're going to ask you what you're doing. If you're sitting at your neighborhood's pool house for 30 minutes and you never get out of the car, you're probably going to meet a sheriff's deputy, and they're going to ask you what you're doing. That's not an intent to harass or to disrespect or like that, or do anything to harm anyone. Our intention is to let people know that we're out there paying attention to what's going on. There's a lot of other tools that we use when we talk about prevention efforts that have been great. The number one partnership that we've had in our prevention efforts is great citizens, great residents. We have broken more cases and arrested more offenders on property crimes such as break-ins based on 911 calls we get from citizens. We don't live in your neighborhood. We don't know what's strange. We can, like I said, if we drive by your street and see the same car 4 different times and sitting in the same spot for an hour, that's strange to us. But you may see a car or see a person walking up and down the road that you don't know, that you've never seen this person or that car, and they're acting very strange. You can call us a whole lot quicker, and we can get out there. There is absolutely no harm in being safe. or better safe than sorry, and calling us and saying, hey, can you guys just check it out? That's what we get paid for. Let us come out there and just see what's going on. We'll at least knock out what we call a field contact and just see what that person's doing. And if crime occurs in the future, the person we interact with may be considered a potential lead. So that's the primary prevention effort we have, is working with our residents to keep our community safe. When you talk about adding green space or walkways, I'm not here to necessarily advocate for it or against it. That's really not my job. And what I want to do is provide the information that helps you make an educated decision and as the leadership of the village. Could crime increase with additional greenways and walk space? It could. Yes, it could. Could you have zero effect on your crime rate at all by adding green space? That could happen as well. We don't have a crystal ball. We don't know what's going to happen. However, what I can tell you is that if you do add green space, it'll be more area for us to patrol. Our deputies that are assigned to this area are aware of it. They'll actively patrol it. When somebody's out there, if they feel uncomfortable and they pick up the phone and call 911, then a deputy will respond to address those concerns. There's also security cameras, things like that you could put up on green space. Have it centrally monitored remotely, so you don't have to go out there and change out SD cards, whether it's a deer camera or some sort of weatherproof surveillance camera. You can have those monitored from someone here that works in your village office. Like I said, a lot of neighborhoods have the flock safety cameras installed, the license plate cameras. We have made countless apprehensions and stolen vehicle recoveries using this flock system, very successful. We don't necessarily advertise where they are, because if the criminals know where they are, then they stay away, and we want to catch them. That's our job. So there's a lot of methods that you can use to keep the community safe. For residents, what we want folks to know, prevention efforts for your home. What can you do at your home? A lot of really nice homes out here. Most are equipped with alarm systems. We encourage you to use those. Make sure your alarm company has up-to-date information and they know your preferences on contacting local law enforcement. Have them contact us as soon as they can so we can get a deputy on the way to check your property. As you can imagine, with a thunderstorm, we get about 300 alarm calls because the thunder hits and everybody's alarms go off, but that's okay too. We'll check those as well. But ultimately what we want is to get these notifications quickly, and if you're not home, that's what you pay your alarm company for. Also, if anyone utilizes any sort of ring camera or wireless camera system at their home, or wired camera system at their home for that fact, make sure those are in the right place, they're pointed correctly, they're clean. If they are battery powered, make sure the batteries stay charged, because this camera footage could be the lead or the clue that breaks these cases. Outdoor lighting, the motion lights, the floodlights that Lowe's or Home Depot sells, just right there, and you can put them up pretty easily. Those are a great deterrent. We've seen surveillance footage of suspects trying to walk up to a car, that light pops on, and they take off like a raccoon that just got caught in the trash can. So, and you'll have to excuse me, that's just my Unionville country self coming out, but it's but that's just what it's pretty funny to watch. And then obviously lock your doors, close your garage doors, lock the doors to your home, lock the doors to your car. Like I said, a lot of this is extremely preventable, and there's very numerous cost-effective options that can help secure your home. I've already talked about the nationwide group that's investigating this. I've talked about prevention efforts, and I'll mention the sheriff's smartphone application, and then I'll close or open it up for questions and try to help you where I can. One way that we communicate with our community, and this is a project that's near and dear to my heart, is the sheriff's smartphone application. You can find it through your app store on your phone by searching Union County Sheriff, North Carolina. And it is a free app. You don't have to register for an account. The minute it finishes downloading, you can just go right into it. It's got the sex offender registry, traffic information, inmate information if you're just nosy and want to see who's in jail, or if you're worried you hadn't talked to your loved one in a couple days and just want to make sure that it can go crazy and are staying at the Sheriff Cathy Inn. But we've also got the news articles that we push out, press releases, as well as push notifications. And this is where this Sheriff's app becomes near and dear to my heart, is that currently we have about 14,000 users. But what that means is that I can write up an emergency alert right now, and I can push it to 14,000 individual phones. For example, if we had a small child go missing within the Village of Marvin, and the parent was able to provide us a photo, I could push that out to 14,000 phones and get the community to help be on the lookout for us within minutes. So it's what we would consider a force multiplier. And also, people want to know what's going on in their community. If they don't already follow us on social media, on Facebook and Instagram, we encourage residents to do that, because we always post the great work that our folks are doing, and we also always post if there's anything that people need to be aware of. So traffic crashes, things like that. But in closing, you have a beautiful, the Village of Marvin is beautiful. It's one of the most beautiful spaces in Union County. We're blessed to live in a safe county where people want to live. People are fighting to get in here, and we're blessed to already be here for those of us that are here. The Sheriff's Office is committed to preserving the safety of the residents of this town and their property, because we know people work very hard for their money, and their money is used to purchase their property. With the addition of green space, we're going to remain committed to keep, if the decision is made to increase the green space, we're going to remain committed to protecting this area as diligently as we can. We would just encourage citizens to once again remain vigilant, be aware, but don't be scared to get out and to walk through your neighborhoods. We live in a very safe area. As you can see from the numbers don't lie. The crime is very low for an area with a population this size, and we're blessed to have that. And if Sheriff Cathy were here, he would attribute it to the men and women that do the work of law enforcement each day, and I'll do that on his behalf, because I know he would. So at this point, I know I've talked a lot. I can ramble if you'll let me, but I'd be happy to take any questions, and once again, if I don't have the answer, I'll work on getting it.
Thank you.
Okay.
I've got I'd like some clarification.
Yes, ma'am.
On a couple of things. So we've obviously had a resident that has come in and given us information that came from a detective in the Union County Sheriff's Office. And these are being presented as facts, so I just want to clear that up.
Yes,
I'm
ma'am.
sorry, facts and insights. So I just want to get some clarification because it is disturbing. So the breaking and entering that happened in September of '22, it says that the access egress was gained via the wooded walking trail, the preserve trail behind the home, per this detective that worked the case. So is that a fact?
No, after speaking with that detective and reading over all the investigative reports, you're talking about the Wingfoot.
I am.
The Wingfoot case. I've read over that report specifically and talked to the detective that worked that case. It has not been confirmed, and it is not a fact that the suspect or suspects involved in that case made it or accessed that property from the walking trail. We know, once again, it was a rear entry into the home, but you don't see the suspects come from a walking trail.
Okay, so is that what the detective told the resident, or?
According to the detective, that is not what he indicated to the resident. No,
Okay,
ma'am.
okay. So the detective did not say that.
Yes, ma'am.
It was also stated that there have been 20 similar robberies since September of '22, which we
Yes,
know
ma'am.
around that number. And then all, in all caps and underlined, were accessed by wooded trails behind the homes. Is that a fact
No,
or an
it's not.
insight?
It's not. That is incorrect information.
Okay. Are we having drug deals going on in the village that we have caught people?
As far as on walking trails,
Yes,
or
I'm sorry, yes.
I didn't specifically search for narcotics transactions. I can.
Okay.
Like I said, I can let
I
you
would
know.
like that information.
no problem.
If you could
Yeah.
get that to us.
Yeah, I can look that up. For you.
Let's see here. So, again, this is coming from the detective to the resident. He is telling our residents that trails and wooded areas are unnecessarily risky and that we should be concerned about the safety of our home. Is this what the sheriff's department is telling people?
No, that's incorrect.
Okay.
Based on the comments that were made that you're referring to, and after speaking with our detective Bureau and the Detective Bureau supervisors. We believe that a lot of the comments that the detective talked with this resident about have been taken out of context. That the Village of Marvin is a safe place to live and work. We encourage you to be vigilant. We encourage you to be aware of your surroundings. However, you should not be worried to step outside your door and enjoy life. It's a very safe area, and we believe that was taken out of context.
Okay, all right. Okay, thank you. But I would like that drug
Yes, ma'am.
information and.
I'll get that as well as the breakdown of,
Do you guys, this is something I've done in the past when I go on vacation. I reach out to, back then it was Ed, now Ed's back, but, you know, hey, said, hey, I'm gonna be on vacation at this point, that you guys will highlight that area and do drive-bys, because my biggest thing is I don't want a white van parked in my while I'm gone. I mean, obviously, you guys still offer that
we do.
service?
It's a free service that the sheriff's office offers. We call them residential checks. We're working on getting that form published to our website. It should be up within the next couple of days to a week. Actually, I'm glad you brought that up. But currently, if you're going to go out of town today, what I would encourage you to do is call the sheriff's office, and that number is 704-283-3789. And you'll immediately be directed to our dispatch or our console center and ask them for a residential check. What they'll do is they'll take an application from you right over the phone. They'll say, hey, I'm James May, I'm leaving for 3 days. There should be a white truck and a red car in my driveway, and the 2 front porch lights should be on. Any other vehicles in my driveway are not supposed to be there. Please stop and check.
And what's that number again?
704-283-3789. And so, once that form is filled out, that dispatcher then enters that into our mobile CAD system, which every marked car you see on the roadway has a laptop in it with that mobile CAD system. And in between 911 calls for service, our deputies do business checks, residential checks, and preventative patrols. And so a list populates of all the residential checks. And so it's not strange to pull up and see a deputy just walking around pulling on the door handles or just checking windows of a home of somebody that's on vacation. And that's just something we hope offer some peace of mind for a resident. It's a way. So we kind of, with everybody having Ring doorbell cameras, it's pretty funny because our deputies will go to these houses and they'll pull on the door handle and you'll hear the Ring camera go off and the resident's like, thanks for checking my house. And it just kind of scares us to death because we didn't realize anybody was going to talk to us. But you know, it's cool to know that people know we're out there.
And you mentioned, like, being aware of, like, strange person,
Sure.
car, whatever and stuff. What do you do in cases where, you know, you have solicitors out there that are, you know, are you able to take action as a sheriff department on that if the town has, or the neighborhood has basically has a ordinance that?
Yeah, it would be it'd be one of those things where I'd have to read through the ordinances and see what is in place already. I know that several of our municipalities have ordinances in place, but as far as what enforcement actions the sheriff's office could take, that would be based on the ordinance and based on our legal authority to take action. So I'd have to actually read through the Village of Marvin's ordinances, any specific ordinances you'd like, maybe solicitation or door-to-door sales, and get back to you with that. So, but, you know, ultimately,
But Union County doesn't necessarily have any sort of policy from a standpoint. They should be wearing a tag with some sort of identification.
yeah, as
Does
far as
the
a county,
offer that?
as far as a countywide ordinance is for soliciting, for door-to-door sales, there's not an ordinance that I'm aware of. However, if I'm incorrect in that, I will make sure to get you the right information.
I got to share this story because the other day I get a knock at the door, and it's a young kid, clean cut, and he's here to do the exterminating, basically bug spraying and stuff. And I immediately just, okay, come on in. Wait a minute, I never got a call from the company saying, hey, we have someone coming out on that day. I said, you know what, I'm gonna ask you to step outside, and I encourage people to do this because this is how easy someone can get in. They just show up at the door, they can make themselves look like whatever, I'm here to look at, you know. And of course, I have a service, but I said, I don't mean to be a jerk, but I'm gonna actually stand
Sure,
outside
sure.
till I get confirmation. Just little reminders, safety type things, especially if you're going out of town. I encourage anyone to just quick phone call, and you guys are at least keeping an eye on places like that.
Yeah, we're happy to do it. We're, like I said, and I will say it again, it's better safe than sorry just to call us. That's, you know, we have deputies that patrol Union County 24 hours a day, and their job is to just check things out. So just don't be embarrassed or scared to pick up the phone. If it's not an emergency and you don't want to call the emergency line, that number 704-283-3789 is the non-emergency line for the sheriff's office. We encourage people to call us. Let us, you know, the more visible we are in these communities, we feel like it's more of a deterrent for crime. And, you know, I think through our proactive stance that I talked about earlier, we have gotten a lot of feedback from actually the criminals that we arrest that say, everybody told me to stay out of Union County and I didn't listen. Because, you know, we are very adamant about, we identify them, we apprehend them, and then a lot of times we'll push their arrest information out to the public to let people know that, hey, we're not going to stand idly by and let you
So with that,
scare our
and
citizens.
I had talked to our contract deputies a couple years ago, and they made this comment, and I want to bring it up because I think it's important. At the time, and I don't know what the number is now, maybe you can clarify this, but at the time, our conviction rates were very, very high in Union County. And while you guys are awesome at what you do, if they don't convict, it doesn't do a whole lot for y'all, right? Because you don't have a whole lot of weight if they just get off scot-free once they go to court. So can you touch on where Union County is as far as conviction rates? Because I've been told that they were pretty high,
Yeah,
which is a
so-
good deterrent, right?
So we're blessed, like I said, and I know I've said the word blessed a bunch in this presentation, and I can't say it enough. We're very blessed at the Sheriff's Office to work with a great team of prosecutors at the Union County District Attorney's Office. District Attorney Robinson and his team are top-notch prosecutors that are dedicated to truly protecting the people of this county, not only the Village of Marvin, but everyone. And as far as an exact percentage of conviction rate, I'm not sure that number. I'd have to call the district attorney or one of his chief ADAs to get that for you, and I'll add that to my list of things to pull for you. But I can tell you that based on my personal experience and the successes that we've had, I know our conviction rate is very high. I won't criticize other folks that are not Union County, but we are significantly higher than others. I won't criticize them specifically, but I will generally. We have a very high conviction rate, and like I said, the best feedback we can get is when that criminal is sitting in an interview room and they go, man, I should not have came to Union County to try to you know, do this foolish crime. And so we're one of the most proactive in the state, and I think it's worth noting that we highlighted that countywide, we had a 166% increase in fentanyl overdose deaths last year. We had a 16 or 17% increase in overdose calls for service. Nationwide trend, everybody is up significantly. But we are also, the Union County Sheriff's Office is also one of the leading agencies in the state, top 3, at charging the offense of death by distribution, which means when we get called to that death, we're treating it like a homicide from the minute we get there. We're identifying the narcotics trafficker. We're using our crime laboratory that's growing and developing to analyze evidence in-house quickly. And then we're going out and we're arresting these drug traffickers. And most of these traffickers are from outside of Union County, specifically the Charlotte area. And some of the feedback we've gotten from them when we arrest them is that they won't cross the county line now because they know that we're taking action. So it's a great message. We're getting great feedback from the criminals, which is crazy to say, but it's a lot of great work is happening. I know that kind of is a rabbit that I chased a little bit, but truly we are a full-service law enforcement agency that's committed to the safety of your residents. And I hope that some of the information I've provided is helpful and has hoped to dispel any fear that any local homeowner may have, because you do live in a safe community, and I would encourage you to get out and enjoy it.
Well,
Lieutenant, may I have
What-
one question? I'm sorry. One of the things that we pride ourselves here is having our dedicated officers to be able to respond to our residents very quickly when they need it. I don't know if you have any specific statistics, but just literally across the street, this house over here is not in Marvin. So can you tell us how big the district is for what other competing officers? I know you guys try to.
As far as like a population versus?
No, in terms of if, the resident across the street called and the dedicated officers were on another call on the other side of the district, how long would it take them to get down to this area?
Well, in addition to your dedicated officers, to give you, without getting too technical, this area is considered the Zone 4 area for the county. Our patrol deputies on our squads, Adam, Baker, Charlie, and David, they are broken down into zone assignments. And so, for the sake of operational security, I won't tell you exactly where those lines are or anything, because I don't want to put too much out there, but our Zone 4 deputies, there's multiple other deputies in addition to your contract deputies that are assigned to this area. So at any given time, you've probably got, well, I'll put it this way, at lunchtime on any weekday, it's safe to say you probably got 10 to 12 sheriff deputies within the Zone 4 area, which means that if your dedicated officers are on a death investigation or a domestic disturbance, the other officer just simply comes and picks that call up and they help them out. So the short answer to your question is our response time is still very low, although it may be just extended just a little bit, because that Zone 4 deputy may be coming from Wesley Chapel or Weddington instead of just right down the road here on Joe Kerr or something like that.
Personal experience, Marvin has a no soliciting. Most of the neighborhoods have one. My neighborhood has one. I've never had a problem with telling people they cannot solicit and leave. I've only owned 2 instances that they would not, and I have had to call the sheriff, and they've been there and escorted them off within 10 minutes. And it was never one of our deputies. It was somebody, one of the others in the area.
Yes, soliciting can turn into trespassing very quickly. So that's the advice that I would provide there, is that if the person is at your door and you tell them, hey, we don't have, there's a no soliciting sign on our neighborhood, entryway, and this is a no soliciting neighborhood, and they say, well, hear me out, and you don't want to hear them out anymore, you say, hey, listen, I need you to leave my property. And if they refuse to leave your property, that's when you pick up the phone and you call 911 and you say, hey, I got somebody trespassing on my property, refusing to leave. Sheriff's deputy will come out there, will politely ask that person to leave, and 99.9% of the time, that person will leave. That 0.1% they choose not to leave, well, then we have a place for those folks.
Leave with you.
So they're gonna leave, so.
So I'm curious, and I may want to bring you into the conversation, contracts. You take care of contracts and stuff, and I know years ago that was one of our biggest issues. We felt as a community that we didn't have much control. We were basically told what was going to happen. Can you kind of help us with that? I get the fact that you don't want to let people know where you're going to be, but if we have, for instance, on his road, we have a big speeding issue. And we would say, we know it's there, we know it's on Joe Carr, we know these areas. Why is it a concern that we would reach out to you and ask to maybe police that area a little heavier? Because we know, based on the residents, people talking, that there are issues. Can you help us with that? Because
Sure.
I don't want to tell you what to do. You guys are doing an awesome
Like
job.
I said, ultimately, we all know we work for the sheriff, and we do. We always say at our office, we serve at the will of the pleasure and the sheriff, and we do what he tells us to do. And we're very blessed to have a good leader in him. And one of the things that he prides himself on is listening to the people of Union County. On any given day, there's probably 10 or 15 people that come in and visit him. He's got an open door policy for residents where they just come in and chat. I say all that to say that Sheriff Cathy, as well as all of us, encourage local residents, if you've got a speeding issue in your neighborhood, or if you've got a nuisance issue in your neighborhood that law enforcement needs to be aware of, call us. Call us at that non-emergency number, send us an anonymous tip through the app. Share that information with us, because for speeding, for instance, we've got the Sheriff's Alcohol Field Enforcement Team, the SAFE unit is what we call them. Their primary goal is to identify and apprehend impaired drivers on our roadways to keep the roads safe. However, a lot of times what they will do is they will take special, I don't want to say special requests, but they will take individual citizen concerns. Like, for instance, they've been really heavily working the area at NC 84 and 16, so Providence Road and Weddington Road. That's a 35-mile-an-hour zone through there. Just last week, they stopped over 40 cars that were traveling, and I'm not going to tell you how much, but they were traveling well over the posted speed limit, 10 miles an hour plus. And a lot of those drivers were cited. A lot of them had the opportunity to learn a lesson, and then go on their way without a citation. It just depends on the officer or the deputy. But we have teams that are dedicated, and that's the benefit of having the entire comprehensive services of the sheriff's office. Yes, you have our contract deputies, but you get the safe unit, you get everyone else that is here, and they can handle those specific requests. Because what we want your contract deputies to do is to be out here in the community, being ready to answer those 911 calls, because a lot of times they know the resident, whereas our safe unit guy who's specialized in speed detection and impairment detection, they're the better person for the speed enforcement. So that's a really long way to say, call us and share that information with us, and we'll be happy to set up some, speed enforcement operations or whatever we need to do to help alleviate some concerns.
And I feel like over the past few years, we've been working really well with the sheriff's department and our local dedicated deputies, trying to figure out what our, pain points are that we need a little more attention. And Christina's done a great job. I think kind of a while ago it wasn't as great, but I think over the past few years it's gotten significantly better, and we appreciate
I have
that
to agree with that.
partnership.
Yeah, I think our deputies do listen to what we tell them, and, obviously, they have to, report to their lieutenant, but they do listen to the feedback that we give, and we've had a really good relationship. I can't say enough good things about our contract deputies. They're awesome. And, looking forward to continuing that relationship, because it's very important that we all work together, because, the bigger the team, the better the results, right? So more communication, more work together, that's always going to be the best solution. And that's the same thing with our neighborhoods. The safer, the more our community is together, the more we know our neighbors and their routines and their, how things work, the better we can pick out oddities that can potentially be some kind of an issue. So
Yeah, and I think, past councils, this council, and our support for contract officers is a great example of the importance that we place on it. And I guess one thing I'd like to better understand too is, well, that's an investment that we make in our community, but, can you share a little bit in the ways that, making that investment benefits us above and beyond just the regular coverage?
Sure. I mean, like I said, if in addition to the deputies that are assigned to what we call our Zone 4 area, having I believe it's the two, Marvin, right? I just want to make sure.
And are they actually more, is what I would be saying, because we pay our regular ad valorem
Right,
taxes, anyway, so we're paying extra.
The additional cost that the village is paying for the two contract deputies for the village of Marvin ensures that there's a deputy within the village limits of Marvin nearly all the time. I say nearly all the time because if, let's say, the Weddington car has a very violent or dangerous domestic disturbance call for service, or there's a robbery at a bank in Weddington, the deputy from Marvin may be the closest deputy to back that deputy up. So likewise, if there was something very violent or dangerous out here, the Weddington deputy would back the Marvin deputy up. So what you're getting is you're getting dedicated law enforcement within the limits of the village, within the, like I said, I don't want to say town limits, but the geographical area of the village. And so you're guaranteeing a more swift response. You're guaranteeing that you've got law enforcement locally here that knows, probably you all, they know the concerns of the residents, and they know exactly what their trouble areas may be. And I say trouble areas, you know what I mean, the high-speed areas, areas where sometimes our teenagers like to hang out and do some things.
They understand the
ought not to be
lay
doing.
of the
They
land
know where it
better.
is.
Yeah.
Whereas a deputy that's covered to Zone 4 may answer a call here, but then may also go to Cane Creek and answer a call. So it's a larger geographical area. But, the money you pay through your taxes for the entire sheriff's office, that's our special response team, that's our investigations division, our narcotics investigators, just every aspect of law enforcement that you can think of, our crime laboratory. you know, we truly are a full-service law enforcement agency, so we try to give you as much bang for your buck as we can, so.
Would you recommend, like, we have two right now, what's your, look, I mean, we're a growing community, we get that, things are gonna be happening, we're adding a few more homes maybe, and maybe some light commercial stuff. Would you, at this point, suggest potentially investing in one additional officer?
Well, I think the best answer to that question is that we need to do a little bit more work. We need to do a little bit more research and see, because I can assure you that the sheriff's not gonna try to suggest adding more personnel if they're not needed. But what we would need to do is to really look and see at the coverage you have currently, see the cost for service those folks are answering, just run a bunch of metrics to see if a third or fourth or whatever deputy is needed in this area, and then we could provide an answer for you on that, or at least provide you some guidance, and then you all could determine whether that's action you want to move on or not. But I don't want to say, yes, you need them without running the numbers, because I always try to, the numbers don't lie, so.
Well, I think it's smart for us to every so many years revisit that and just keep up with, because like the mayor said, you know, the area is growing, and not just our community, but Waxhaw.
Sure.
Weddington, Wesley Chapel, all the people that drive through Marvin to get to wherever they're going are growing. And, you know, while we started with one deputy, we added a second deputy a few years back. And the community asked us to do that. So we did that. We're happy with how things are going, but we always want to continue. It's like your insurance company, right? You always look every couple years and make sure everything is in place. So that's something that we would like to know.
Vision is very important, so you have to see where you're going 5 years from now, and I think
Exactly.
you all are obviously thinking about that, and that's the same thing we're doing. That's why we're trying to outfit, and like I said, I could talk for a day about it. I won't, but I know you're tired of hearing from me. But like our crime laboratory division, that's one thing that we're doing at the sheriff's office, that we hope to do all evidence analyzing and testing in-house, and stop sending stuff to the state crime lab, and that will significantly decrease the time it takes for us to take dangerous offenders off the street. So it's there's a lot going on, and I'd love, if any of you or any resident wants to stop by the sheriff's office at some point in time, I'd love to just show you around and just show you all the things we're doing, because a lot of people just don't know. So
Can we have, can you guys run those numbers to
Yes.
see if we,
Sure.
like how we're looking?
Yeah, I will get with our Chief Deputy Underwood, who you met last week, and we'll begin running the numbers and seeing what.
Would be
what
great.
it
And I have
Thank
one
you.
more
Sure.
question. Maybe it's just an opinion from being an officer, feel free to share. We get this a lot, we get these questions a lot. What is your opinion on a gated community? Because we get asked that. Right now, we don't allow gates. Well, we do, but it hasn't been, I mean.
Neighborhood has
we
to be
allow
privatized to
them
have a
if it's-
gate.
We grandfather them in, but currently, we get asked, oh, can we put a gate here and stuff? That was done in another area. What's your, is that gonna prevent?
Well, I think, like I said, criminals are looking for easy targets. If they can get in and get out quickly, then they probably will be more likely to go in that area. If there's a locked wrought iron gate and you got to have a 6-digit passcode to get in, or a key fob to get in, and they can't gain access to it, could it decrease crime? Yes, it absolutely could. Now, if that neighborhood has a big gate and then the gate ends right here and there's no fence and they can just kind of walk around the gate, does it really serve a purpose? Like I said, it's hard to say whether that would decrease or decrease crime in the area. Now, like I said, if it's if it's got a perimeter around it and there's a fence and it's very secure, then it probably would decrease crime in that area, but not completely eliminate it. So that would be a decision that you all could consider. But I guess the short answer is yes, it could decrease crime. It could be a deterrent, but only to the level that they're committed to it. Like I said, if it's a gate with nothing on the sides and they can walk around it, well then it can be a little pointless.
Okay.
So.
Thank you. Any other questions, Bob? Council? Thank you,
Thank
guys.
you.
Thank you all for the time and the opportunity.
Much
So-
appreciated.
Thank you very
And
much.
I'll send all the answers back to Ms. Amos, if that's okay.
Perfect, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for your time. Okay, moving on. Next up, we have a manager's report.
Good morning. I have a couple of things, actually. Just wanted to let you all know we're amping up on the budget. We've got a lot of it done, so we'll be prepared for our budget work sessions next month. Thank you, Jill, for all your work on getting a lot of that stuff done, and a lot of the departments have contributed to submitting their budget request and year-end estimates as well, so we'll have all that ready for you all. Couple of things I wanted to ask. I only had one printout, so there's a, if you want to pass that around. Actually, that's the one, yeah. Yeah, if you just want to look at it. Radar trailer, or the radar signs, we've actually got one site procured. We're installing that this week if it's not been installed already. The other one that we were installing on Marvin School Road, we've got permission from the Gates of Ainsley to put it up where we had initially planned. However, we're getting a little bit of questions and feedback from them to how they can terminate the contract or the encroachment agreement if, later if they decided to do so. And our encroachment agreements can be terminated at either party's request. So we do feel a little bit uneasy putting it on the Gates of Ainsley property with the potential for them to terminate that encroachment agreement later. So one of the questions we had to you all is this little stretch of property here, we're looking to put that radar trailer close to the intersection of Joe Carr and Marvin School Road, and we just wanted to get some feedback from you all as to if you were okay with that instead of the initially planned location.
Yeah, that's fine, but which direction is it going to be facing?
It would be facing, the cars traveling from Ray Road down towards the school.
Yeah, I feel like it's going to need to be further down for them to get some speed up coming around that corner. in
Okay,
order
we can do that. If y'all are okay with that, we're just gonna
I
place it
would-
over
I would
there.
move it.
Okay.
We don't need to have a headache of it getting pulled up.
Yeah, I mean,
Can we see Jim?
Nah, I'm sorry, here's another one. Sorry.
no. Right here, Joe Carr, around the curve,
Okay, gotcha.
Martin Creek. So it's kind of in the,
Are there any objections to that?
I would
Okay.
say, because we own all this, so, yeah, a little bit further down would be good.
You good? You guys good?
Down, probably down closer to the school.
We'll put it down as
Since
further down as we
own all
can.
that, so we can put it pretty much anywhere
Yeah.
we want to there, so,
Okay.
yeah.
You good, Davey? Okay. Second thing I wanted to mention to you all is the RFP for the engineer for the Village Hall project. That's been out. We hope to have some packages put back to us by next week, so we'll have that at your next meeting. And then the last thing I wanted to mention is that Hunter and I have been working very hard over the last few weeks to submit a stream rehab assistance grant. This grant, if awarded, would potentially affect 6 Mile Creek, Marvin Branch, 6 Mile Tributary, and the McBride Branch. I know I'm going to forget a couple of HOAs here, but I'm going to just mention all the HOAs that these particular creeks touch: Amber Meadows, Canterfield Creek, Tullamore, Marvin Creek, Firethorn, Preserve, Elysian Fields, Estates at Marvin Branch, The Sage, Marvin Acres, Bridle Path, Providence Downs, and then Wyndham Hall. I could have forgotten a couple of them. Canterfield, I did say. So anyways, that's out there. It was an $18 million request that we made. We know we're not going to get that much. There's only $36 million in available funding to the entire state of North Carolina, so we do feel like that's going to be awarded at a very much minor rate than what we had requested. This did initiate from a lot of concerns that we've had within the community of people having issues with blockages. We actually went out and identified a couple blockages ourselves. I will mention that none of this property is owned by the Village of Marvin. We are merely doing this to help clear some of that area for stream restoration for these HOAs that have had impact. So once we get information back from that assistance grant, we will have to go back to the drawing board and figure out how we're going to reduce the scope, what particular areas we're going to address. There could be the possibility where they only allow us to have funding for one of these areas. So at that point, we'll have to go back to the drawing board and have an engineer go out and kind of tell us what they think is the best use of our funds in that.
When was that due?
That was due on February 23rd
And when is it supposed to be awarded?
in May. We will know in May.
Are there-
We did only have literally a week to prepare for that grant, so we feel like we submitted what we could as a competitive grant at the time that we had, so we'll see what happens.
Did they ever ask for like photos or?
They
video?
did, yeah, and we provided a ton,
Okay.
so.
Are there neighborhoods that would be impacted by this that are not in the village of Marvin? And I ask that, and I think about that, could it affect other neighborhoods in a positive way by doing this, whether it's directly or indirectly?
I'm sure that it does. I didn't look at areas outside of Marvin. I mean, I could look at that, but I'm sure the answer is yes.
Yes, because 6 Mile Creek actually is the border between
I'm
Union
just
and
making-
Mecklenburg County, so
I'm just making a
absolutely.
point.
Yes, well, I'm saying absolutely it would affect, because because 6 Mile Creek is the county line, so it would affect anybody on the other side in Mecklenburg County, anybody that's along that waterway, it certainly would.
And I just want to make clarification, it's not the entire creek, it's only the portions that kind of touch Marvin, so that's what
Right.
we would be looking at. I know Union County is submitting an application. I don't know what all their application entails. I actually tried to make contact with them in the limited time that we had available, and we didn't chat, so unfortunately. But the good news is, we do feel very, very strongly that we'll get something. What that something is, I really don't know. But we have the foundation laid. We've identified the funding source so that we can continue to apply in subsequent years to address other areas that we're not able to do in kind of phase 1, phase 2.
Well, thanks staff for doing that, because that's not something that was on our radar, and doing that. But I think it kills two birds with one stone. One is that there's the potential of us getting it, but the second one is it puts it on radar. We may not get this one, but we can put it on future, that they go, okay, we've seen this before, we understand this.
Right.
So thanks, staff, for your hard work to get this stuff done.
So to piggyback off of Jamie's comment about it affecting other areas, is there any way to work with, say, Mecklenburg County because the creek is the county line? So is there an advantage to working with Mecklenburg County, Union County, and ourselves to make maybe a better effort at this? Because being that there's more agencies involved, could it become a little bit wider scope, which might make it easier on us?
So if we get an award, we would definitely contact Mecklenburg and Union County to see if there's ability to partner on some of these projects. If it's, you have something? If it's something that only affects Marvin, that we know that Union County hasn't applied for that particular area, we would likely just do that portion ourselves, but in subsequent years, we could definitely open that door. We did, the grant is very specific to what particular branches or tributaries or streams, and we itemized out exactly the linear footage, and they actually want like the longitude and latitude stop points, so they internally are looking at that stuff, and if there's grants that are submitted for very similar portions, then obviously they would know that, and we can work with them to try to partner up and have some economies of scale and cost savings on that, for sure.
Yeah, all I wanted to add is, so for 6 Mile, we did from McBride Branch to roughly almost the state line in Firethorn. In our grant submittal, Christina asked me to look at properties affected in Mecklenburg County. I think we itemized that out. It is a lot of common open space for those developments, but the floodplain's actually more impactful on that side, I guess. But in short, if we were to get awarded and to do any type of project, and potentially we'd have to work with Mecklenburg County or Charlotte for permitting purposes, since it is the county line. So that would be where some of that coordination would come in, depending on the scope. if it's directed towards 6 Mile Creek and the whole creek itself.
Yeah, because I mean, the thing is that this, anytime you do anything to any waterway, it affects the water, the downstream and upstream of all the waterways connected. So if we make improvements on one section, it could very easily affect other parts of it. So having it be a coordinated effort would probably be the most effective way of addressing the drainage issues that we have, because you know, if one part backs up and the other flows, well, then you've got a big mess, and vice versa. So, I mean, kudos for doing all this work. Y'all are ahead of the game. Love it, and I'm looking forward to seeing some good improvements that will help our community have less flood. Yeah, I should have worn boots that day we were out there looking at that drainage issue. But anyway, great job. Thank you.
Does anybody have any other questions on that? So again, we will find out in May. I don't know if it's beginning or end of May. I have been in communication with all those, I say all, majority of those HOAs that I just mentioned, to solicit photos and to also confirm that they did have flooding issues in their particular areas before we submitted those grants, or identified blockages, I should say, beavers, you know, culverts that are collapsed. In addition to that, I do know the president of Marvin Creek had reached out to DOT, I want to say maybe 2 or 3 months ago, to discuss some collapsed culverts that he had identified along Joe Carr. To my understanding, that has been reconciled as of this week. So we're trying to kind of nip some of these little things as we identify them and come along. There's been another one that's potentially identified in Bridle Path that I literally just got information on yesterday, so I'll start working on that today. But we do see these little things that happen periodically with NCDOT right-of-way drainages, and we're trying to address those as we become identified.
Have we contacted the sewer department about them putting culverts in for access to other parts?
Yes, so I don't think your microphone's on. The question was, did we contact the sewer people in regards to the culverts being put into the Marvin Creek? I don't know which one that one is.
It's one of the branches that feeds the 6 Mile. You mean
I can mention it. Yes, we did. So we contacted the county and asked them to look into removing those if they were in fact theirs. They went out, looked at it. We had determined through our engineers, their staff, and looking at the floodway frizz maps.
We looked, yeah, and historic aerials, because that was the big thing. We pulled both the culvert pipes and the other concrete have been there since 1998, meaning that when FEMA redid the flood maps in 2014, those were actually in that stream in their models, and so they're already a part of the floodplain, like the fringe line models. So
essentially, they're already taken into account for the FEMA insurance program is what it boils down to.
yeah.
If we were to remove them, we'd have to have permits because more than likely they're kind of embedded in the ground at this point. And I say we, not meaning the village, but the property owner, which I think is Tullamore on that area, I believe. So what we have done, if this is an identified blockage that we want to take into consideration with this grant, we could use that as an opportunity to remove that. But as it stands right now, they're part of the floodway maps that are already existing because they've been there for so long. They're already accounted for in that modeling.
Yeah, and I can recall Andy and I back on the PRG when we did some of our initial walks for kind of back in that area. There were serious, like, feet worth of beaver dam issues that the county eventually kind of knocked out, and that's what really allowed us to kind of put some of the trails back there. So, you know, I can see over years things develop again. So, you know,
And when
Goes
we were out
back a
there,
long ways, too.
we saw remnants of a beaver dam.
yeah.
So did the county. In speaking with some of the HOA representatives in getting some of this information, they've identified several beaver situations that they've had to remediate over the last couple of years. I did put beaver removal into this grant application, so if it's awarded, we could address that. Again, it's going to be stream specific. That's how the grant was was written, and that's how it will be awarded. So I don't know that we will get exactly what we're looking for every single stream that I mentioned earlier. They may come back and say, you need to pick one, or you need to pick two, or you need to do just certain things on one of those streams. We won't know until we get that award, but we did put pretty much anything and everything under the sun that could possibly be done to remediate all of the streams in this kind of common area that I just mentioned. So
Yeah, I mean,
does that answer your question?
the,
All of the work would have to be permitted. So we added an element to that with our engineering and administrative cost on the grant as well. So we would have to go through that process.
well, they've been back there a long time. This walk that John's referring to was prior to Phase 1 of Tullamore Trail. So if that tells you how long ago that was, probably 8 years ago or maybe more.
Yeah, and we were talking about feet of water that was remediated by the county coming in and just knocking down one beaver dam.
Yeah, it was, they made all kinds of, the beavers changed the creeks,
Yeah.
did the flows, they directed, I mean, and there were two
were a
dams
couple,
there. I think there were
yeah.
two dams back there. So it's been ever-changing because of nature, pretty much.
Are there any more questions? Okay, that's all I have.
Thank you, Christina. Moving on, clerk and communications report. Austin?
Not much to say this month. You just got your March communications list in your packets. Pretty standard stuff. Got Marvin Day posts going out. We've already got those scheduled. Easter egg posts have started for the egg hunt on March 23rd. We're finishing up our GeoBond communications with the vote on Tuesday. And after that campaign is wrapped up, I'm going to try to bring you all some analytics just to show you how our posts performed. Meeting posts, school closures, holidays, coffee with council, all the normal things. Are there any questions? Is there anything that you don't see on here that you'd like to go out?
When are the Marvin Day banners going to go out?
Tyler and Ptolemy are working on designing those now. We're hoping to have an order placed through our website vendor. We think they deliver a higher quality product than Canva does, so we hope to get those ordered within the next week, and we should have them, would say probably within the next week and a half. If we can get them ordered by Tuesday, I would say we'd have probably a week and a half before we would get them. So we should have them relatively soon, but they'll be up at least a month before. We'll at least have them at least a month before Marvin Day.
Thank you.
There was a coffee with council that I volunteered to fill in on, and I couldn't find what date that was, and I don't know if you added me to the invite.
I think I did, but I can definitely check. Hold on a
Okay.
second.
I just wanted to make sure it wasn't one that I was already doing, that it was an additional one.
Let's discuss after me. I'll make sure we figure it out.
Anyone else? All right, moving on. Planners report.
Just got two quick updates for you guys. First being the joint meeting on Tuesday with Planning Board. My main focus out of this is going to be going really full the Marvin Development Ordinance. Rick will be here. We're going to be diving into Article 8, which is the districts, the uses, and so on, and how the Heritage District Form-Based Code and the regulations in that's being implemented in through this process. So just please bring your binders Tuesday and/or bring them by earlier. Just either bring them back later today or on Monday, just so staff can make sure that all articles in your guys' binders are fully in there, up to date, and so on. But I anticipate that meeting Tuesday being very productive, and as well as any questions, comments, feedback that you guys have noted down in any of your guys' review. Please, bring those and be prepared to, ask Rick or get those to me prior. I know I've already gotten a few questions and comments from a few of you guys. I'm going to get those to Rick to help prepare for Tuesday night. But this is kind of like the final bring it all together meeting, and then like the final polished draft will be presented to planning board at their regular meeting in March, and/or April, and then most likely will be in front of you guys in May for adoption. Any questions on that? Second one is, I got a Marvin Loop update. After about 5 months, 6 months of rate review, DOT has approved the rates for the scope of services for our engineer, Dewberry. So we're getting that contract with Dewberry. I have to send that contract back to DOT for them to review. Fingers crossed, we will have an executed contract within the next month, and they will be beginning their work on that. So, took some time, but we're here. We're getting there. Any questions on that? That's all I got, unless council has any specific questions. What? Am I missing something? What?
Heritage neighborhood?
Huh?
The Heritage neighborhood? The design?
Oh, the elevations.
Yes, that.
So during the planning board meeting last week, the Heritage subdivision, Jones Holdings presented the proposed elevations to planning board. Planning board did approve those elevations. They'll be, from a DRB standpoint, so they will be on your guys' agenda in March. There was a few comments and certain things regarding garage doors and so on. So, you know, if council wants to discuss that further, please, you know, reach out to me. We can kind of get some comments, feedback. But basically, once those elevations are approved at your guys' meeting in 2 weeks, that's the proposed elevations. Was there anything else you want to add on that? Like,
No, I think the garages was the biggest thing, and not so cookie cutter. Can we ask them to do more like a carriage style so that they're kind of more individualized to go with the elevations?
yes, I can go ahead and get Jones Homes that. And if any of the council members have not seen the elevations, please let me know. I can get you a copy or shoot you an email. I know. I'll get it to you. I can get it to you right now.
Thank you.
So, but that, just be prepared. I mean, it will be technically on the consent, but if you guys want to pull that and discuss it during the meeting on, March the 12th, you know, feel free, but I can also get you those, and I will go ahead and mention the Jones Homes about the garage doors and get those updated in that implementation.
Yeah, if there's any pushback on the garages, let us know.
I think I already mentioned it to Rob, and he was fine with it.
Thanks.
But that's all I've got.
Thank you, Hunter. All right, next up, we have event planning report. Tyler?
So, real quick, Easter egg hunt, March 23rd. The first one will be at 10 a.m. That'll be on Saturday. If you're listening to this at home, please refer to the website and the social media posts to make sure you show up at your correct time for your age group. Following that, Marvin Day, April 27th, putting the final touches on it. You, council, will be getting a calendar invite from me shortly regarding a meeting on April 15th, just a little pre-Marvin Day meeting for us to go over kind of some day of duties and just kind of make sure we're all on the same page. And then, so June 1st, we'll have the 5K. That'll be 5K Health Fair and Fun Run. That'll be located at Marvin Elementary School. 9 a.m. start time for the 5K, and then that'll be followed at 10 by the 1 mile fun run. We'll have the blood drive truck and have a health fair in the parking lot. So that'll be on June 1st. And then lastly, on June 21st, we kind of identified, ran into a good opportunity with a man in the community who's a volunteer for NASA. So June 21st from 7 to 9:30, we'll be accepting registration for a stargazing event that we'll do at the park. Kind of just a good opportunity to get kids out in the community and meet with a very intelligent man. I do believe I'm going to meet with him here in a little bit. So yeah, just putting that on everybody's radar. You guys will see more about that in the coming weeks.
And Tyler, you will have a cap on that, correct?
Yes, that will be capped. It'll be like a class almost. the guys expressed to me that it works best up to 30 people. So that'll be something, that'll be a registration we'll put out, and people have to sign up for it.
Is
And
it
we
like
had
bring your
an-
own telescope type?
No, so he actually he gets the information and like crafts and study stuff from NASA. He just puts it in as an event through them, and they bring it all out. He has like a telescope that he brings, and starts it early because there's stuff you can see right before sunset, and then right after dark, there's a specific, I believe the strawberry moon is that night, so it's like peaking at 9:08 p.m. So caps it so everybody has opportunities to look through and study and see everything.
And is there a fee for this, or is this
This-
free?
This will be a charged event. Yes, resident rate will be around $35, and the non-resident rate will be around $125.
Deal for being a resident.
A deal for being a resident.
Quick question. How are we
Yes.
doing on volunteers?
For Marvin Day?
We are full for the bounce houses, the barn, and the yard games. We're full. You're welcome.
I remember, thank you. I remember we had issues with parking last time, the volunteers are parking.
We are not utilizing volunteers for parking. We're going to utilize staff for parking.
All right. Any more questions?
Thank you. All right, coffee with council debrief. How many people did we see show up last, or 2 nights ago?
We had Will Owens from our planning board come in to say hi. That was it.
So nothing more than that, okay?
Nope.
Well, we're available Tuesdays and Thursdays,
Yep.
twice a month. Next up, consent, we have consent agenda. I'll need a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented.
So moved.
So moved.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
5-minute break.
We're gonna do a quick 5-minute bio break.
Do you need a motion?
Need a
Okay,
motion for a recess.
Motion for a recess.
All's in
At
favor?
this point, I'm going to ask also for an excuse for the rest of the meeting.
I'll make a motion to excuse Bob Markleese for the rest of the meeting.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Against?
Thank you.
So that passes both motions in one, or do we have to have?
We'll count it.
Okay. All right, so we'll have a 5-minute bio break. Thank you. All right,
All right, we ready?
I'm going to go ahead and, do I make a motion to reconvene?
No, we're
Okay,
back in.
just going to go ahead and reconvene here. Moving on, we have unfinished business. And first up, we have discussion consideration of funding off-duty coverage for the Waxhaw Marvin Bonds Grove intersection
That would be me.
under,
you ready?
until RAB construction roundabout.
Sorry. So there's an agenda, there's a memo in your agenda packet that pretty much outlines the cost of this off-duty. Let's see, it's been a little while since I've written this, so let me just look at it real quick. I did put minimum cost in there. There's a couple of different caveats you need to consider. When we did off-duty law enforcement for Newtown and Marvin Road, we had initially started with, I think, just the school year. I did include an analysis here of the entire year, because y'all ended up going to the entire year. There also, if you remember, we had a lot of issues with not being able to fulfill positions because we were competing with jobs that were paying for higher dollars from off-duty jobs, basically. The LEO officers were going to the higher paying jobs as an alternative to not doing the here because we were paying the minimum rate of $35 an hour. We subsequently decided to increase that job a couple of dollars. I don't remember the exact amount. And then we were able to keep that fulfilled, that job fulfilled. So we do need to consider that if you all want to increase that hourly rate. I did include just the bare minimum. I also included the bare minimum of the number of officers and the minimum number of hours. At the time of me writing this memo, I had asked the county to go out and assess if they wanted 2 officers or 3 officers. They have come back to me and told me 3. This rate here includes 2, so we would need to increase this amount by around $35,000 a year. So the numbers that you've got listed here, just go ahead and add 35 to it, because that's the cost of another officer during those minimum hours.
One thing I wonder, kind of living over in that direction, is how much of the backup traffic is really influenced by the school? Because we will be having the school kind of, going out. So I guess I might ask around to some of my neighbors and stuff too. I'm not working from home more, so not always out there at that time of the morning. We'd be looking for the coverage, but I don't know. Did we have any influence on that previously, whether it was school was in or school was out? Because the buses, the parents driving kids, I'm sure do add quite a bit, coming to and from Marvin Ridge there.
I
can't
mean,
really
we can make the decision when we want, like, when we're requesting off-duty officers. So, I mean, if we don't want to do it in the summer, then we don't have to. Is that what you're asking?
Well, I'm almost wondering if it's going to take us a couple of months to kind of work through this process and implement, it might be the point that, we might not need it during the summer as much as, when school starts. And,
I definitely think it's going to be something that we have to work through, because if I'm correct, Christina, you don't have this in the budget, so we're going to have to look at how we're going to pay for this.
Yeah, that's
Could
one of
be
the
a-
things I'd mentioned in the memo, is
Could
that
be a-
we can't absorb this at all in any of our budget. So you all need to really assess what kind of funding source you want to pay for this, whether it be,
So a tax
respective
increase.
tax increase, fund
Okay.
balance appropriation.
Yeah.
We can't absorb it.
So what, all right, so we're looking at $100,000 a year here, right? To put officers here for one time a day, 3 hours a day, correct?
Yes, I just did a 3-hour.
okay.
Yeah.
So at that time of day, what is our accident rate? Because the bottom line is, I could give a crap about how efficiently it runs. What my concern is for my constituents' safety, okay? So if it takes people from Waxhaw an extra 30 minutes to get through it, and it's just a pain for them, that's not my issue, okay? My issue is how safe is that intersection for my constituents, and are we seeing accidents there? Are we seeing a lot of them? Are we seeing, serious accidents? What give me a breakdown of what's going on there. I mean, like, is it justified to spend $100,000 a year on that intersection? You know, are we making it safer? Are we improving it on a safety aspect? Because I traverse that intersection almost daily, and sometimes multiple times a day. And yes, it is a pain, but myself, as often as I'm there, I don't see accidents there. I know that there are some that happen there. I've seen evidence, but I don't see them like, I don't see an accident every week or even once a month, as much as I travel through that intersection. So I'm curious as to what the actual numbers are.
Yeah, I did not look at that from a standpoint of
Can you find out?
accidents. I think that the count,
There were some numbers, if you recall, when I think it was either the state or the county put out kind of a survey at one point about roundabout or light there. And I believe they actually had numbers at that time.
I think,
Now, that was like a year ago at least.
Only longer than that.
Yeah.
I think DOT has sent me statistics on that intersection. I'll have to go back through my email and look.
Can we,
So I know it's something that they're tracking, yeah.
can we get updated numbers?
Yeah,
Current
yeah.
numbers?
I'd like
Before
to
we
have
make-
that information.
If I
before
remember correctly, I know that we had if I remember correctly, I actually think I have some accident reports within the last 4 months, if it's that intersection. I do remember them sending me some statistics on the effect of the lighting that we put in to the difference on the statistics, but I'd have to go back and look. I can't remember off the top of my head. I'll go back and try to look.
I would just find that out, and we'll put that on the next work session
Okay.
to discuss. And we can start talking about it during our budget meeting, how, if we want to do it, how we're going to pay for it.
So do you want me to add this item to our budget work session?
No, bring us back the information, we can add it to the April budget.
Okay. Okay.
And just a heads up, I was just reaching out to her because the mayor of Wesley Chapel, we were discussing this at WUMA, and she seemed to have some alternatives to traffic, I believe it was. So I have not heard back from her, so I'm just kind of getting a reminder if I could get contact info. Because I think at one point we were getting creative and looking at construction companies that if you're saying it's $100,000, maybe there'd be someone willing to put construction workers.
We did that at the other roundabout. It's more expensive than the off-duty officers because you have to have them for a significantly longer amount of time.
Right, but she had mentioned there's another company that they had looked into and researched that wasn't construction, but I had brought that up as far as one of our challenges and stuff. So hopefully I'll have some information from her too. Maybe we can look into that. Okay? Anything else on this? All right, moving on. We have next up bamboo removal update.
Good morning. Just wanted to give council an update on the bamboo removal project that the Public Works Department has going on. This is a project we've been looking at and trying to plan for over the last couple of months or so. I will begin by saying I am not a bamboo expert. I have collected bamboo information from what we consider to be experts. But I think, council, as you know, we have a stand of bamboo that has started growing in Marvin Eford Park, predominantly between the area from the first parking lot to the restroom area. You know, staff, when we first looked at this, we thought we could just come in and bring a skid steer and kind of bulldoze it down, haul the debris away, and everything would be fine. But as we've spoken with the Union County arborist, he kind of gave us some information that, you know, it's very difficult to eradicate. There are different methods. They range from cutting them down right above ground level and then treating them with herbicide to cutting them down to ground level and then mowing the area frequently for, it could be several weeks, it could be several months, it can be an extended period of time before it actually kills out the roots. Reached out to some local contractors that have experience in removing bamboo, and we're told that really the best method to do that would be to dig down to a depth of 36 inches. So you would be removing all of the roots and soil associated with that. There are costs going back with soil. So in saying all of that, staff we felt like the best method to move forward was going ahead and doing the plan as we had originally thought about, and just remove the stalks and treat it with herbicide. We'll mow it as frequently as possible. We had already previously budgeted for that amount. So we have it scheduled to begin on Monday morning, weather permitting, but we feel like we've got a window of opportunity on Monday to at least remove all the bamboo, have it knocked down, and then we'll haul it away. The overall project may take, 2-3 days to actually clean up the area, but just want to make you aware that it may be more of a challenge over the long haul or long period of time before we actually make a huge difference, because it will, from what we're being told, it will try to come back quite frequently. We also have some bamboo that's located across or off of our property, if you will, on a neighbor's property. So depending on how quickly it spreads, we may be dealing with that from time to time as well. But just wanted to provide a quick update and let you know that we'll be addressing this first part of the week. But wanted to kind of give you the information that, we're going to do our best to eradicate it. It may be a longer process than we first anticipated, but in order to remove it fully, it would be a much larger project.
Hey, David, well, I think I mentioned to you that that neighbor had reached out to me about some of the clearing that we've been doing there, kind of back behind the bathroom and stuff. I did have a subsequent conversation with him, and we discussed maybe getting together with you and just kind of walking down that property line to take a look at a couple of those issues, including the bamboo and stuff there. So I'll reach out to you, and if you're good with that, I'll arrange for us to just kind of meet with him and kind of do a walkthrough.
Yes, sir. I'll be glad to do that.
My question is this, and maybe I missed something along the way, but why are we trying to eradicate it and not just contain it?
Well, that is another option. I don't know how well that would be done, but
So I've had considerable amount of experience with bamboo. I had a friend in Greenville. I used to take care of her yard for years, and she had a stand of bamboo, and basically we just kept it mowed, and it would mow the tips off as they would pop up, and they would cease to grow, and it was fairly easy to maintain as long as you can mow around it on a weekly basis, because those things do pop up pretty much overnight, but if you cut them off, it stops them. So, I mean, I don't know if that would just be better to try first than to spend the amount of effort and expense that it would take to try to eradicate it. I don't know that it's necessarily like an eyesore or bad thing at the park. So that's just my question. I know we've kind of just been talking about this, but not sure exactly why we just want to try to totally eliminate it. So has anybody else got any thoughts on that, or?
I think they were trying to save the trees around it.
Is that what it is, that
The trees.
it was a detriment to the trees?
it does. It's overtaken some of the smaller hardwood trees.
Okay.
And it spreads, you've got one concentrated patch, and then you have areas that have spread out from that. If we wanted to try to concentrate it to a certain area, we could take down all of the ones around it and then keep that mowed and
I mean,
sprayed.
if it's, and this is why I asked the question, is because if it's a detriment to our tree canopy, our nice, big, long-living trees, then I can certainly see the benefit. The The only caution I would say is that if it is choking around our big trees, these methods to eradicate it could potentially cause harm to the big trees. So I think that I would consult Keith in that regard and take heed to exactly what he says and be very careful in this process. And then see how it goes, because I would hate to cause harm to these trees while trying to help these trees at the same time. So that would be my caution there. I know that these roots are deep, and these things spread by their roots, and they do spread pretty quickly during the growing season. So that'd be my feedback.
Did you guys not already contact Keith?
We did. We spoke with Keith, and he recommended cutting them down right above ground level and then treating them individually with the herbicide. So it wouldn't be a widespread herbicide. It would just be treating each stalk individually. But he did say it may take quite some time of, continued treatment to actually kill the entire root.
Right, and because it's a very massive root system on these things. It's a communal root system, if y'all are not aware. So it's not each individual stalk having a root system. It's one big root system that all of them come from. So therefore, it is a challenge to try to get the entire plant as it being one whole one plant, basically, that's many stalks. So, well, then that was just my comment. So,
Davey, Andy, this is just, and we've got that much bamboo. Are there companies out there that would buy bamboo? I'm just asking. I don't know.
Can we harvest it?
Well, I'm just saying, because I know I've walked into shops where you walk into shops and they have bamboo stuff. And is there a way that someone can help us through this?
Is it free bamboo, free product?
Yeah, I don't know.
I know that a lot of the stuff, there's several different species of bamboo, and a lot of that stuff, like the bigger stalks, the woodier stuff that they make things out of, come from a different species of bamboo. Now, as far as strands and stuff, I don't know if any of this is usable for that kind of stuff. But I do know that bamboo makes good hedgerows and such. That's why it's cultivated. But it's for places where it can spread without being a detriment to other things, where it can just kind of create a barrier, for visual and for wind and erosion and stuff. So it can be useful in certain places, because it does certainly keep erosion from happening.
I didn't know.
Yeah, it's possible, I suppose.
Yes, sir, and we've reached out to contractors about removing it, and it's been, we really only got one quote back. Somebody'd be willing to try to do that, and they wouldn't even go down 36 inches, but they told us it's going to come right back. But in saying that, the conversations we did have with the contractors, no one offered up, well, you should try to, have someone that may be interested in harvesting it or something.
Yeah, I mean, as common as it is around here, probably it's a good idea, a good question, but as common as that stuff is, if it was going to be something like that, somebody'd already have something going on with that, I would think. But that doesn't necessarily mean there isn't that out there.
So if I'm reconciling all this correctly, you're recommending something different from what Keith has recommended due to the fact that it's going to take a longer time to actually produce what Keith wants to happen.
Yeah, we would have to cut into each individual stalk down, which we don't have that equipment, so we're going to try to bulldoze it down and then treat what we can, but, I mean, it may be worth having Keith come out and look at the site himself, because if we cut them all down, we're gonna have several hundred stalks.
So he hasn't came out and looked at it, he just told you as a general assessment, this is how
Right.
we treat bamboo. So if there's anything different from what his recommendation would be after he sees the site himself, which I highly doubt, we need some direction from you all as to what recommendation you want us to follow in terms of, our initial direction was to get it removed. So we just need some clarity from you all as to do you want us to 100% go with what Keith is recommending, or do you want us to do the digging situation as he's mentioning?
One question I would have is, as it pertains to that neighbor that pretty much runs down that whole property line, how much of what we'd be looking to do would kind of remove that existing kind of screening that's already there? Is where we're talking about the bulk of it being kind of, you know, an area that all of a sudden that whole property's going to be exposed both ways, or?
It seems to be spreading down the walking trail path that runs along from the top, or the first parking
To the
lot.
cottage garden
Behind the
around the corner.
restroom area. So it's going to continue down that path, it appears. I don't know how far that it would spread, but, you know, again, we have that one concentrated area right beside the restrooms, but then it's kind of spreading several stalks in both directions. And it may open up, some of the screening he has now to the park may be removed, but it's the bamboo screening.
Yeah.
But we would only be addressing bamboo on our property.
Yeah, my recommendation would be have Keith come out and actually look at the site in person and give us some feedback on that. My biggest concern are the mature trees there, that we don't harm them in any way while we're containing this. If it's containable, you know, it has its benefits. If it's to the point where it's just so invasive that it's a problem and it's harming our trees and possibly even plumbing and in the bathroom area or whatever, then, you know, we have to do what we have to do. But my advice would be to follow what Keith says to the T, because he's the expert and he's never steered us wrong before. So I'd follow closely to what he has to offer.
Is everybody in consensus with that?
Yeah, I'm fine with that. But John, what was your question?
Well, just if we were to eradicate everything on our side, the neighbor next door was expressing some concern about the screening as it exists, and that's what I was talking about. You know, kind of getting with the neighbor and kind of
The neighbor in Walden Pond?
Yeah, I don't know if it's Walden Pond or, I know he's next door. He's right on Newtown Road there, so
Fire department in the park.
I'm not sure if he's Walden Pond or not.
I don't know if he's in Walden Pond or not.
Yeah, he might not be a part of Walden Pond, but he is the guy that has a house right behind the bathroom.
Is that unincorporated Union County?
Let me look. I've got it right here.
Yeah. We're an island, so it would have to be.
GIS is so finicky on iPads.
I just Googled 5 top ways to get rid of bamboo, and
We've done
everything
it.
from gas to diesel to burning
Yeah,
or
he-
boiling, but the organic method is vinegar. So
We-
if
we-
we can get a deal on.
Vinegar. Well, I mean, you know, diesel and gas and all that's gonna be a detriment to the trees, so
Right.
that's, you know, anything we treat roots with is, you know, I wonder about the impact of the
Top
other.
one was mowing and digging up root system, but it's exhausting and time-consuming, so that's,
His address is Newtown Road and doesn't seem to be associated with Walden Pond, so he's Union County, right next door.
Okay.
so we have,
So I'll meet with Keith and bring back a recommendation, his recommendation.
Y'all don't want to hear anything further from this. I think we can just go with Keith's recommendation, if that's what I'm hearing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. And I think that it's going to be a slow process, but we understand,
That's
we
fine.
understand our direction.
Thank you.
okay,
Thank you.
thank you. Next up, new business. First up, discussion of new community survey. Who's got this?
I believe this was an item we were told to put on the agenda after.
Yeah, it's me.
Okay.
So we had a resident, or I had a resident email me and say if we want to do a new community survey, they would be happy to head up or be on that committee. So I told them that I would bring it to our work session and bring it up for us to discuss or not discuss or whatever we want to do. I'm just bringing
So
it
it's
up.
been, what, 5 years?
Yeah,
Yeah.
well, almost.
Fall of
Not quite.
2018.
Ironically, I just spoke to a resident yesterday about, he was one of the ones, whatever it was, 33% of that actually responded. And so I mean, I'm open to it. It's not, I mean, I would think it's a matter of, because I remember we did it in the past, there was a lot of how you wordsmith a question. And that was the biggest issue, and we had individuals behind that were skewing it one way, which you really got to ask the question to kind of get good information. It's like if you're not asking the right question, you're not necessarily going to get the right information that you're looking for. Does that make sense? Because you can pose a question in any way that's either leading or whatever, but again, I'm totally up to it. But I think based on what we want as a community, what we want to learn, I'm no expert in it.
Here's the thing, okay? And I think surveys by the community done in regular intervals is important, because if we look at our community and how things work, we have a tendency for people to move in and out of our community fairly regularly. And it evolves. And I think in order for us to, I mean, we've made many opportunities for people to come and talk to us, but it doesn't seem to be, we just didn't, our recent Coffee with Council had nobody show up. So a survey may give us some more information. I'm always looking for, as much information as we can get for the community to tell us what they want us to do. This is why we're here. So I'm all for another survey. And I'd like to have as much input from the community as to how they'd want us to present it. As Joe said, it can be, people interpret things in different ways all the time. So to be as neutral as we can be in the questions so that they can be get the best information back, I think is wise. I'm certainly no expert in that field, so that'd be interesting.
Goes back to Jamie's question, do I want lobster and a steak or, a burger? I mean, it's.
Yeah, I mean, how do you ask the questions to get the information back that we're looking for? I mean, obviously, everybody has an opinion, and everybody in the village has a voice and has the right to speak their mind. And as a council member, I want to know what people want. I want to do the best job we can do. We work hard at this job, and doing it in the best interest of the community is what our goal is. I know all of council works very hard at that. So the more information we have, the better decisions we can make. So I think we're probably due for another survey. And see.
Are you recommending we do this on an every 5-year program or 10 years? Because right now we're at about 5 years, correct?
I think 5-year intervals
2019, I think it was.
Yeah, I
2019,
think 5-year intervals are good because of, like I said, the community changes, and I guarantee you that there are a lot of people who are new to our community, especially with the growth, right? We're going to add how many more houses? So it's going to be new people in our community occupying these houses. So we've added communities since the last survey. So their voice wasn't on the last survey. So, as things evolve, things change, people's opinions change, so should our village. So I think that every 5 years is probably at least a good starting point, and see where it goes from there. And maybe we come up with a set of questions that would be asked every time, and then maybe some tailored to the current
Needs and
needs and
priorities.
stuff,
The
right?
problem with that is if you're going, basing it off of what you hear from this time frame back in 2019, okay, council moves forward, then councils change, but then 5 years later, they want to go a different direction. That becomes a big issue. That's where the land use plan comes into play, I think, and as far as the direction we're taking. In the last 10 years, have not seen much drastic change.
No.
But it's like fine tuning it. And how do we want to get that questionnaire, if it is in a sense of a questionnaire, how do we want to get that out there? Do we want to go back to what we did before where individual mailings per household, one vote, and there was a way that they did that controlled that? I think that's probably the fairest way to do that. And I don't know, I'm open to that with the quick show of hands who would be interested in revisiting a community survey. I mean, I'm okay with it, but I think.
I'm okay doing a survey, but I will tell you this, after what we've gone through with the GEO bond, there's no way in hell for me that I would want my fingerprint on any of it. It needs to go to a consultant, have a
We
consultant.
didn't have our fingerprints on it last time.
I understand.
I'm just saying.
I know, but I'm saying, because I would rather have, if I'm gonna say yes to it, we're gonna pay for an outside company to come in, put those questions together, and the only thing that we do is approve the question, say yes or no, and then it's for them to go out and let them come up with the means. I would say that it would be more advantageous for us to maybe do it electronic as opposed to a mailer, because people, when they look at mailers, they just throw them away. But the only way I would want to do it is, unfortunately, there's a cost involved in it. So this council is in a no-win situation. If you pay money to get it done, well, why are we wasting money? Because that will come up, guaranteed. We have to look at it, what's best for the community, whether there's costs involved or not. We just have to look at it, what's best for the company. But my strong recommendation was that we have an outside company to come in, present the questions, and maybe do it from another municipality who would do the same thing, because no good deed goes unpunished. It is extremely, extremely unfair for this council to try to do. I've recognized no good deed goes unpunished. For as hard as we work, it's taken for granted, and it's not recognized. $4 million, over $4 million has been brought into this council. Not one constituent has said, "Thank you, council. Thank you, staff. I appreciate that, staff." Not one. How many residents do we have? Not one has said, "Thank you, staff." Not one has said, "Thank you, council, for the job that we're doing." So if you want me to sign off on this and say yes to this, my recommendation is you go outside and you pay the money. And then you send it out, and whatever comes back, and we address it from there. We have an informed decision, and we take and it could be that people want absolutely nothing, and that's, but that would be my recommendation. Hate to come across as the negative person here, but the last survey, we wasted our time doing it.
I mean, I agree with you, Jamie. I think that we should have, certainly hands-off, outside, like third-party looking in and saying, okay, these are the questions, and then we can take that information and use it.
You're going to have, because here's the thing.
Absolutely.
Because we've heard it. We've heard the constituents come back and say, "Well, you didn't tell us what price." Okay, so the only price that we have, it's a vicious circle.
Right.
Chicken or the egg. It's a vicious circle. The only way that we had information to be able to put into a GEO bond was based off the 2020 land use plan. Well, those numbers we know are inflated, but that was the only basis we had. So when we go out there and if you present a survey, you better have numbers around it, Because if there's not a number, you're gonna have a segment of people going, well, I'd love to have this, but I didn't know it was gonna cost anything. And if you don't think that won't come back, you're crazy as hell.
Oh, I know.
And I'm
I've
sorry
heard
for
it.
my language here.
Well, I've heard it
I apo-
firsthand,
I don't,
Jamie.
you know what, I don't apologize for it, because this council has been beat to hell and back over something to try to take care of the community and gone above and beyond, not to force someone to do something, but to look ahead 5, 10, 15 years down the road. That was our mistake, thinking ahead. We should, like the sheriff's department, we shouldn't be proactive. Let's be reactive. Let's wait till the roads are rotten and then do it. Then we don't need a survey. So if we're going to be a proactive council, and if this community wants a proactive council, I would say absolutely, let's do a survey, but give it to a third party.
We almost need a survey to
The problem-
determine if we need a survey.
The problem, I think, though, because I think that really was the process that was followed in 2019. Because they developed the questions, I remember even on PRG, because a lot of it related to, PRG, them coming back to us to approve the questions. Because I don't think they'll just do a survey. They want to make sure that it's pertinent to the answers that we want to have. So there will be that. Now, I also believe that survey, even though it was mailed, it was both mail and digital, because you could respond digitally. And even then, we still only got 300 out of 1,700 mailings or whatever it was, So will it be any more effective than the one previously? I don't know. Maybe the GO bonds has triggered some, a lot of people to actually start to pay more attention. Maybe that'll help, but is it really going to drive the response rate up? Because, that previous one, I remember as an HOA president sending out, emails digitally about it, making sure people were looking in their mail for it, all those type of things. And my neighborhood had a decent response. We're not a big neighborhood, but overall, the response was, while statistically significant, I would have, hoped we heard from a lot more people.
Well, maybe with our heightened communications efforts that we didn't have in place in 2019, maybe that'll help with response rates, the better we can get information out for this. But, and to your point, John, with the recent GO bond, maybe it's made people, think about things and how they want to do things, and maybe it'll increase the response rate. The way people live today has changed drastically from what it was 50 years ago, 100 years ago. And I think it would be safe to say that 100 years ago, if we put out a survey, you'd probably get 75% of the community to respond to it. Today, those numbers just don't happen in any survey, in anywhere, because people are too busy or don't care or whatever the reasons there are. Sense of community has kind of gone away to a fairly large part, and I think that it's our responsibility to communicate with each other and figure out what we all want to do and do something on a, as a community and not just individuals. It's very important because our village depends on it. The quality of life that we live and how things are here, it depends 100% on community cooperation and communication. And that's...
And I after I've said what I've said, I want to be clear. I want to know what the community has to say. I want to know what they want and what they feel like they need. Absolutely. I'm 100% for a survey. But I need to highlight the fact that it should be done by a third-party vendor, and our fingerprints are not on it at all. And because I don't want it to come back to us, again, trying to point someone in the
Lead the
direction.
question.
I don't want leading questions. I want it, when someone comes to us and says, well, you got this, you put a survey out and this is, but you want, No, we didn't have anything to do with it. I'd rather a third-party supplier come in.
Didn't we, wasn't it a separate company that did it?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
So it was
I think that
essentially a
was really
third
what
party
was
that
done.
did it, and it was the information we were providing them. Well, here's the kind of questions we're asking, because we, as decision makers for the community, is like, okay, which direction do we go with this? Do you want this? But here's my caution, is Kim got because someone maybe didn't hear what they liked to hear out of the survey results. Now, all of a sudden, they want a different survey. Does that now move us? We're reacting, and we're just saying it? Or are we like, I sit down and have a conversation, if anyone shows up at Coffee with Council, because that's an opportunity to get in front of us. Coming to planning, PR&G is an opportunity to at least bring things up, whether it's people are showing up for that. Again, I've always said, you're not going to see reaction unless you have a backhoe in someone's yard. That's when people, all of a sudden, what are you doing with my neighborhood? And that's when people get interested. We are busy, but we're only going with the information we got. I just caution that we're now chasing a rabbit because maybe a few people said that they didn't like what they hear, or they didn't think the response was good enough, which is, if they know anything about surveys, getting the response that we got was significantly, statistically significant, I guess I should say. I'm mixing up words there. But that's my only thing was, okay, now we're gonna go spend money again. I think we have a good idea capture. You sit someone down and you talk about what your vision is, and you give them every opportunity to talk about their vision, but nobody's coming in pounding the table saying we're going the wrong direction. I don't see that. I personally don't see that. There's gonna be little pockets of things that, oh, I don't like that, but you know, we have public information meetings for that kind of stuff.
I also think that the GO bond vote, in some ways, is going to serve as its own survey, right?
Yeah.
How the people vote when they come out, whether it's yes or no.
But even that, let's look at what kind of attendance we got
Yep.
for, I mean, my own neighborhood, you know, that I'll shame them right now. I mean, 3 people out of Firethorn, and one of them was my wife. I mean, that's, to me, and they're in the heart of what this is all about, and it's just, you know, I mean, you're either in it like we are, we're deep into the weeds of what we understand what we're doing. That's why we presented this to them as an option, and it's really for the community to decide. But if you get down, in fact, I got a call yesterday, and I said, he goes, I'm sure you're getting beat up on it. I said, well, personally, I'm not listening to Nextdoor, because I don't look at that. There's some naysayers out there. I'm presenting this as, here's what we have, the situation we're faced with. Here's what we can do about it. Here's an option, you know. And I think we're going down the right road with what we're doing. It's just, I don't want to be that person that says squirrel, and all of a sudden we're off running to spending $50,000 on a survey that will probably most likely come back with, based on what I've seen, maybe, if lucky, the same results. And if or as far as response rates.
So with that and what we've discussed, so maybe we table this discussion until after we see the vote on the GO bonds, because as to John's point, that is going to be somewhat of a survey, right? They're going to vote yes or no, and that's going to give us information as to whether the community likes the direction we're going or doesn't like the direction we're going. But I do feel like that periodic surveys with an ever-changing community, as I stated, is a good idea. I think that we should do surveys every so often to keep a pulse on what the changes in the community, because there's changing people and they all have changing, you know, we have changing values, right? So I think keeping a pulse on it is a good idea. But, you know, maybe we wait another month or so and see what the results are, and then revisit this and say, well, is it worth it to do a survey, or is it not at this juncture?
One of the main things I've heard that people said that they didn't know it was gonna cost us much. If we do another survey, do we put an estimated cost?
But Wayne, here's the thing. The only cost we can go by is from the planning report. So we already know that's an exorbitant, it's an elevated cost because it was done on that. So before we do that, should we spend the money and do another?
You know,
So it's, again, I want to know what the community has to say. That's why we have at least 2 town hall meetings. At least 2. And we talk about all of these issues. We have 2 monthly meetings. We have council meetings. We have work session meetings. We've asked HOA presidents to come to these meetings.
Right.
And we're not getting anything.
Right.
So again, I want to know what people have to think. And I've said all along, if no one comes and says anything, we have to assume that nothing's wrong.
well, yeah, I mean, we're talking about, okay, so that's a great point. You know, we're talking about spending money on a survey. We've got,
But you can't just spend money on the
No, no,
survey.
no.
You have to spend, then you have to go back,
my point,
They're mad because
we didn't
they want
provide the
roads, but they
information.
don't wanna pay $250,000 a mile.
right, okay, I get it. My thing is here is that, you know, we're talking about a survey, it's gonna cost us money. We've given the public numerous free options to give us feedback, numerous. All the ones you've mentioned. We do 2 coffees with council a month. In every month, we do 2 opportunities to come and sit down with us and tell us exactly what's on your mind. Ask us questions, everything, whatever. Sitting right there with us, one-on-one. And so what I want to know from the community is, and I would like to have some response. I'd like to have somebody tell me this. Do you want us to spend money on a survey? Do you want us to spend your tax money to ask you these questions? Or would you rather just come in and talk to us on numerous opportunities, or even just call us and say, hey, I want to talk to you at any time, because there is not one person on this council that won't make time in their day to meet with somebody, to have a conversation about what they want to do. So,
And get it on the agenda.
and put it on the
If
agenda.
it's- if it's needed.
It's not like we're not reachable. We've made every opportunity to be reachable. So that's what I want to know. Do we want to spend money on a survey? I don't mind doing it. But my whole thing is I want to know what the community wants. One way or the other, I need somebody to tell me what they want.
But this goes back to the vicious circle he's talking about. You go and do the survey, and then all of a sudden, you know, it's like, okay, maybe someone doesn't like what they hear, or they're going down the
Debate the
wrong thing.
survey
Or,
with
and then they're
this
gonna complain
question.
again, that's not statistically significant. You shouldn't have relied on that study and stuff. And we did everything we can. I remember very well of how we could put controls, and we left it up to the people to respond.
But the biggest complaint that I've heard in doing the presentations is, and you see the no signs, is the dollar sign around, it's $1 million a mile. Now, we know that that's a greatly inflated number, but it is what it is. But we had to have a basis to go by that. So if we do another survey, are we just repeating what we did before? Because people are gonna say, well, you didn't tell, do I want greenways? Yeah, I'd love to have greenways. Do you want to have nice roads? Yes, I'd love to have nice roads. Do you want nice signage around Marvin? Yes, I would love it, but as soon as and we can't give cost. When you do a survey, you can't line up all 125 projects and put a price next to them and say yes or no. Then we're just spinning our wheels. And so again, I'm with Andy. I want nothing more than to know what we're doing right, and I want to know what we're doing wrong. I want to know what the community, and I think the GO bond passes, whether it passes or it doesn't, has done a great service for us. It has. To John's point, I think that's our survey. And if it's no, let's look at the numbers. Let's look at what's going on. I just caution when you say, because then they're going to want it, if they don't get the answer they want another one, and then they want another one, and then they want it with numbers. We can't provide numbers, because as soon as you put a number out, they are, rightfully so, gonna hold you to that number. God, and without inflation, without cost increases, without timeframes, again, the one we did before was based on a 20-year plan. And what did that give us? That gave us less cover whatsoever. Not that we needed cover. We've defended what we've done. But what it did is it gave people coming to us and said, nope, we're going to hold you to that number, because that's the number that was on the plan that you used. Yeah, but when you try to put context around it, people don't want to hear the context. They're going to hold you to the number. So I want to know. I want to know I want a survey. I'm all for it. But I'm just cautioning you, because now it is real life for us.
Well,
We've lived this.
I would challenge you on one issue, that we can put a cost to certain things. I'll give you an example. The issue that came up when we had the death of that individual on Joe Carr Road. That community, that neighborhood came out and said, what can we do to fix it and stuff? Well, we looked into it, and it was X amount of dollars. And we gave them a real cost, pretty specific. We're pretty fast on getting back to them on what we could do. But then it becomes, well, that's over 10, 15% of the budget just to put in a strip there. We don't have the funds for it, but the bond could address it. Do they know that? We don't know. But those are things that when you look at it from, again, I think we're going the right direction. We're not going to be able to pick off things, but when things come our way, we can get them a price when it becomes an issue. Again, because it's in their backyard, they want it addressed, and we end up, okay, now we're over at this area, Bonds Grove, trying to figure out the traffic cop situation. Its safety issue is pretty much driven by this, but it's also, where are we going? I still think we're going in the right way. I don't necessarily think that spending the money on another thing, we give, and we've all said it, everyone the opportunity to come through. And not only that, we bring it to the agenda to talk about. And then how many people show up for that? I mean, we don't get much even in our town hall meetings that we have twice a year. So I don't know. If someone has the answer for that, come to us and tell us what the solution is to finding out what everybody is really thinking.
It's not a simple solution. It's a very complex, when you have to look at it from every angle, it's a complex decision. It's not black and white. It's not, let's just put some questions together and throw it out.
And everything we do here, and this is the thing that people have a tendency to forget, everything this council decides on is for the village as a whole. It's not.
The greater good.
It's the greater good. It's not the individual. And unfortunately, sometimes certain individuals don't like what we're doing. And, the old saying is you can't please everybody. Well, that is 100% the truth. It's gospel. It is what it is. Our mission is to do the greater good for the community. And sometimes, some of us, it impacts us negatively. Some of it impacts us positively. But that's what we're here for. And, we need the voice of the community to give us the direction. And that's it. So, like I said, I think that we should see what happens with the GO bond and then make a decision on this survey after we get the results, because like we said, that's going to be an indicator of what the community wants. And then we'll go from there. If the community says no to the GO bonds in a big way, then we know that's not the direction that the community wants to go in. So then maybe it does prompt a survey to see what they want. But to Joe's point, I've been committed to this process, and I think that we're going down the right road.
We're going in the right direction.
Yeah,
I mean, there's
that's what I'm
roads that
saying.
we can divert.
We're going in the right
But
direction.
we're going in the
okay?
right
So-
direction, I
so-
believe.
So unless I get a huge, stop sign that says, no, we're not going the right direction, then I have to go with what I feel like. And you know, the community hasn't thrown up that stop sign yet. So,
Well, I like your idea. I said, let's just wait, because we have a meeting right after, and we can maybe even discuss that after we recess this meeting to the day after and kind of figure out where we go from there, if everyone's okay, unless anyone has anything else to say on that.
good.
Okay, I think we beat that. All right, moving on, discuss and consider appointment of applicant to PR&G Board for a term expiring 9/1/2025.
So you have one applicant, their application's in your packet, her name's Christina Traub. So if you choose to appoint her, you'll need to make a motion to appoint her to the PRG Board for an unexpired term that will expire on September 1st, 2025.
Has anybody from the Parks Rec and Greenway Board talked to her? Do we know?
I have not yet specifically. When we got this package was kind of the first that I had to kind of review the application that she put in. Does have a lot of experience in project management and things, which I think would be good, but I haven't spoken to her and I don't know, has anybody, it hasn't come before the PRG Board yet.
I stopped her over a month ago. Talked with her. I spoke with her over a month ago. And like Kim has talked to her.
I haven't talked to her yet.
Oh, yeah. Anyway, I called her and you said she sounds, that she has a lot of backgrounds that we could use.
Yeah, I was just going by, what I saw in the application itself without any personal knowledge.
My suggestion would be to have the Parks Rec and Greenway Board, at least the chair and the vice chair, call her and talk to her. And I don't want to put somebody on their board if they don't feel like they can be compatible and work with them. And then we can make a decision on the 12th if they're good with that. So if we can, Austin, if you can reach out to,
Yeah, we have our regular PRG Board meeting next week, so have you had any conversations with Jen or anybody about the applicant process
Normally,
yet?
whenever we get advisory board applications, we don't usually ask the boards. I normally just send it to you all, and you advise me from there. If you guys want to change that process,
I
No,
think we
we
have in the past, yeah.
we have.
When I was
Because I
chairman,
brought it to John before to call people.
okay.
Yeah.
That's not, so in the past, I haven't been the one to do that, but if you want me to do that in the future, I can.
No, I think you need to bring it to us and we'll direct you to go to the.
Yeah, as the
individual board.
liaison, I can bring it to the next meeting, just kind of
I'll put this on the
present
PRG
their
agenda.
application and get feedback.
Yeah, and I mean, if you can talk to them during that meeting and then have them follow up with the applicant and let you know before our meeting on the 12th, and then you can kind of report back. And then in the meantime, this board, if they feel the need to talk to the applicant, can reach out and have a conversation,
And then we can approve it at the regular
the
meeting.
12th.
Yeah, what I can do is I think I have the information now. I'll reach out directly to the applicant, mention our next PRG meeting, and, see if they even want to attend and, speak with the other board members and go from there.
I think that would be good.
Okay.
Yep, good. Thank you.
All right, moving on. Next, we consider approval of traffic calming request submitted by the Preserve at Marvin HOA. Who's got that?
Okay, so the village was reached out to by a representative with the management company for the Preserve Homeowners Association requesting, excuse me, a stop sign at the intersection of Yellow Jasmine Lane and Flowering Peach Road. In your packet, I provided a couple of photos, one overhead shot and one road level shot of the intersection of those two roads. It's my understanding that after the roadways were completed and the development was completed and roadways were inspected and turned over, that islands were constructed after that date. And so when those islands were constructed, it kind of changed the traffic flow, if you will, of that particular intersection. So you'll see In the right turn lane of Flowering Peach is a stop sign. So that stop sign was originally there for the entire road of Flowering Peach. But when a island was added, that was just one lane. Now you have a lane turning directly onto Flowering Peach, and there's no stop sign coming from, on Jasmine, there's no stop sign coming from Flowering Peach. And so you've got an intersection there with vehicles traveling in the same direction with neither one of them yielding to the other. So for our traffic calming policy, I'm bringing it to you. If you would like for me to have the engineer study this and get in touch with the HOA, this is a neighborhood that provides decorative signage, so that signage would be required, they would be required to have those signs installed.
So I think that there should be some study here, because I'm wondering if a stop sign is necessary, or if a yield sign would create a better environment where it would keep traffic moving without, but also bringing awareness to other, that they have to yield the right of way to the other, straight through traffic. I could see where this could cause an issue. I've driven through the intersection myself before, and it is a little confusing. So I do believe that there's something should be done there, but whether it should be a stop or a yield, that would be my only question. What's going to be the best for that intersection?
Right.
David, did Mike Lopez not already look at this?
He looked at, yes, he had their traffic engineers look at it up in Raleigh, and they recommended a stop sign be placed there on Yellow Jasmine, but in turn, the yield sign coming from Flowering Peach on Yellow Jasmine did not meet regulations, so they've recommended those signs be increased in size to meet code, if you will. In saying that, but that was just initial. I had them just look at it quickly, and then I was going to bring this to you, get your idea, and make sure that you were good with us moving forward with that may be a.
So let me just make sure I'm correct here. They're requesting one stop sign. Our engineers request us to replace a stop sign because it's not in compliance with sign standards. So we're talking about two signs, one being on us, which we can take care of. That's not a problem, but an additional sign being requested from the HOA themselves?
Well, the stop sign, the yield sign would be on the HOA's responsibility.
Okay. And
The
that's the
stop
only,
sign would
that's
be-
the only recommendation that they had, the
Yes,
engineer?
outside of installing the stop sign at the intersection of Jasmine, and Yellow Jasmine and Flowering Peach.
So what'll take place from here is we can reach out to the HOA. If they're requesting a stop sign to be placed, they would pay for that stop sign. We will replace the one that needs to be done on our end, but we'll have to get you all to approve your traffic provisions manual. It's a simple ordinance where we would put a stop sign and replace that in ordinance format. So if you guys are okay with the recommendations provided herein, we can reach out to the HOA. We'll bring back the ordinance to you all for additional approval.
I have questions. What does our policy say? Who's supposed to bring this request to us?
The HOA.
The management company or the homeowners board?
The HOA, my understanding, they reached out to their management company to make this request for them.
Okay, then I need something from the board that they've requested this and not something from the management company. Because there's nothing on here that makes me,
I think we have a letter from them, if I'm not
there,
mistaken,
it
but we'll
says,
look into
if
it.
yes, please provide a letter of endorsement from the HOA.
We'll look into that. We'll
Like-
make sure that's addressed.
And how many accidents are we having there? I'm not saying that there's not something that's needed there, because it is a wonky intersection, I'm over there a lot, but, like, whatever our policy is, we need to be following it, because to me, this is just somebody at the management company that says we need a stop sign there. I'm not sure why the HOA board's not requesting this.
I think we actually have that. I just don't think that's in your agenda packet, but we'll confirm that for
Okay,
sure.
well, let's give us all the information so we can make decisions accordingly.
But they're convinced of what that should be done. The HOA,
I don't know that.
I'm asking.
I'm, at this point, I'm just taking the request that was sent in by the property management representative, so I had to assume that it was come from the HOA request.
I think, to Kim's point, I think in the future, to help streamline, and again, it falls down the process of an individual, whether it's in whatever neighborhood, that individual should go through the HOA, and if the HOA, then the HOA should bring the determination to the council or to you to present. And the only way that that would be circumvented is that if the resident goes to the HOA and the HOA says, we are not going to take up that position or, represent the neighborhood in that. And at that point in time, they can come to a coffee with council or to a public thing and then make that request. But stipulate the fact that they did go to the HOA to do that. It's kind of,
Did we say we were going to have our engineer look at this?
Well, they did, I asked them when I first got the request, just take a look at it to see what they would recommend.
Do we pay for that?
We would have an engineering cost associated with them coming out and assessing it.
And that gets paid by whom?
Do you know what the policy says on that? I don't know off the top of my head. I don't have it
Yeah,
in front of
and
me.
the policy, I would bring this to you, and then you would you would approve us to move forward with the study. At the time when this came in, I went out and viewed that there was a traffic issue, and I reached out to Mike to get his take on it. So I didn't follow the policy per se based on bringing it to your recommendation, because it was,
But who pays for the engineering study? Us or the person requesting it? I mean, that's what I mean, the HOA or the person, whoever's.
I believe that the policy states that the HOA does, but I don't have it in front of me, so I can't answer that
I
question.
remember we tried to follow what the state did when we were at Firethorn and we were complaining that it was going too fast and we wanted road humps. We had to pay for that survey. The HOA had to pay for that survey that said, yeah, you got speeding issues here, here, and here before we were allowed to got approval from the state to put road humps
Yeah, but
on there.
that was done well before we put our policy in place. I want to know what our policy says. Like, we
Agreed.
shouldn't be doing
Agreed.
stuff. We have, I love a good policy. We have policies for a reason. Let's figure out what they say and let's make sure that we're following them.
But what I'm saying is I think we tried to follow what the state did. If there was a policy for that community or neighborhood to pay for it, then I think we followed
Yeah,
that
but we need to
from
know what they're
Marvin.
paying for. I mean, if they're paying
Plain
for a stop sign, they're paying for a stop sign, but are they paying for the engineer to come out? Like, what are they paying for? What are we paying for? Like, what's our financial burden here? I'm not saying that they don't need a stop sign, but let's figure out what our policy is and then,
And I'm not a road
follow it.
guy, so I don't necessarily want to decide what is needed either,
right.
right.
So can we get more information and bring it back to us? Thank you.
Anybody else on that? No. Moving on, we have next up, consider approval of Marvin E. for Park asphalt and concrete plan.
All right, so in our previous meeting, we had discussed a plan to possibly asphalting the first parking lot and also the parking lot there in front of the barn, and the horseshoe, if you will, so that people could drive in and it could meet ADA purposes. Staff, engineer, and our asphalt contractor met on site recently to view the work so they could provide a quote on charges for those two projects, or that one project of those two asphalt parking lots. During the conversation, they said, while they're out there, they'll be willing, happy to provide a quote for asphalting everything, all the roadways and the parking lots for future purposes if we wanted to use that. Based on that request for them to go out and give us the prices for that, I provided a map, and they provided a map to us in your packet there for, they broke it down into portions and gave pricing on each of those portions. And when I met with the engineer, if we'd have moved forward with the entire project, the recommendation for that would be go with the 2-inch asphalt for the roadways, because they take a heavier number of vehicles and sometimes even heavier vehicles in the parking areas. And he recommended moving forward with a 1.5-inch thickness for the asphalt for the parking lots. And so this would, as you come into the entrance, the entire roadway now down to the end where the covered shelter is would be a 2-inch layer, and then a 2-inch layer down the driveway to the Public Works shop, because of you do have heavy equipment that comes through there to empty the dumpster. But then the remaining parking lots would be asphalt with 1.5-inch thickness. This would help with, it's a lower maintenance, and it provides a, I guess a smoother ride into and all the parking areas. You can actually paint parking spaces, line them off properly, and kind of.
It'll increase our parking capacity because
Yes.
people will park in a delineated spot. I don't know if y'all have paid attention to it or not. I know Kim's never been to the park and all that stuff, but we do have a significant amount of erosion during heavy rains and such, and this would eliminate a lot of Davies crew from having to fix all these erosion issues on a regular basis. This would stabilize our roads and make it better, redirect water in the correct areas, and just overall be a better service of the roads at the park.
So, 2 questions. One is, how much does it cost us to maintain what we currently have annually? And second would be, there clearly would have to be a budget amendment for this.
The cost annually for maintenance along the trail is minimal. I mean, the driveway is minimal, a couple $1,000s a year. We're going in, filling in potholes here and there, but it's not much. As far as a budget amendment, Jill just, I think, walked to the bathroom, but I think that we have majority of it covered in the park projects line item that we had mentioned that we're going to put off till next year. And then the leftover COVID funding that we had mentioned to you all, minus maybe 10, 20,000, I think we've got majority of it covered.
So then we could use the COVID funding for that.
Yes.
So then what is our net cost would be roughly 20,000 to do this?
I don't know the exact number off the top of my head, but I think 20,000 is probably a sufficient number.
This is not something, we're not voting on this currently, are we?
We had initially requested you all to do a small portion of the project that he's got laid out, which I think is the top parking lot, which is option 1 in this.
Yep.
And
Yep.
then the option 3, which we had initially estimated, again, don't quote me on this number, I want to say 80-ish. And we had that funding available through what I just mentioned, those two, the COVID funding and then the park projects line item. And we were gonna proceed with that anyways. We had asked you all for confirmation on that at one of the last meetings, and we were ready to roll with those 2 projects. But when we came in and looked at the opportunity to go ahead and get most of it addressed within what available funding was there and have them mobilize one time, we thought it would be prudent for them to go ahead and finish the entire project instead of doing a little bit this year, a little bit next year.
So we're taking a look at what we previously considered were just portions of this project at 80,000.
Correct.
Economies of scale of doing it all at once would bring us from 80 to 143,000. And of that additional 63,000, there are some, it wouldn't need to be all new money. It's some money that we can move around, is what you're saying.
Approximately, yes.
I mean, I talked with Christina about this before. She asked my opinion on it, and I agree that doing the full project with the cost savings that we're doing it all at once, we get a much better product, and we get everything that we want for significantly less than if we did it piecemeal. First of all, it's in today's dollars instead of down the road with inflation, and two, economies of scale. They come in and get it all done. The project is going to be seamless because it's done all at the same time. When you start doing things piecemeal, you end up with seams and things that could potentially be issues down the road to have to maintain those types of things. So my thought is if we have this opportunity and we don't have to pull much more money out to afford it, I think this is it's a prime opportunity to get our parking lots and roadways in really good shape at the park.
One thing, whenever you think of roads, you have to think of the culverts on the side and you know, water and stuff. And I recall when I was doing some stuff there at the park one day, the pipes that we have on the sides are getting really heavily sedimented. In some areas, there's only a third of that culvert, that pipe that doesn't have dirt and stuff in it. So, you know, would there be concerns, Davey, if we don't address that, we put asphalt in that, you know, how do we address that? Because, you know, could that undermine issues with any asphalt that we put in and stuff?
Yes, sir, we would definitely want to check all of our, during, you know, prior to the project's beginning, we want to check all of our culverts and make sure those are cleaned out, because that will help with any stormwater runoff. But I think I know which, I know of
There's a
one
couple
pipe
of them.
that's-
They are right kind of between the barn and the front entrance that are really, you know, maybe 70% full. You know?
Right, we can address those
And
either
that's to
way.
my point, with the road erosion, every time it rains, that's where all the erosion material ends up, is in our culverts, and it blocks that stuff up. So it's been a consistent issue with erosion in our roads, and it's washing it all down into the culverts and causing problems, so.
But there's no issue with we're gonna do all that impervious roadway and stuff. There's not gonna be any issues of,
Well, that's what
Water
I'm wondering,
runoff
is
and-
that once we have impervious road, there's more gonna have to go. If we don't address that issue with the pipes and the culverts, we may be creating more issues because there's nowhere for that water
right, that
to
would
really
be
go
my
then.
biggest concern about, have we had an engineer look at that? Putting all of this stuff at one time, if we're able to do it, makes a lot of sense. It cuts down on the dust. There's so many benefits. But again, we have the retention pond. Do we need to create one because of it?
Yeah, true. So should we do a,
We've consulted with our engineer, and I just advised Davey this week or last week that we're not going to proceed with anything until he comes out and does a complete study and analysis of making sure there's nothing more we need to do.
well, then, as I say, bring it back to us when we have that information and know that we're not going to have an issue with runoff from the impervious surface. But from my standpoint, I think if we don't have any issues with drainage, I think this project is a viable project. I think we should do it, given the circumstances. But I would be interested definitely in the drainage, if it's gonna cause an impact.
Which brings up the second point then, is when you create this, as Joe says, you're gonna have to put a budget around it. So we need to know what the budget is to maintain it on
Right.
an annual
So it'd
basis,
have to be
because
fog sealed and that kind of stuff.
Davey and his team are not in the road business.
Right.
So I'm all for it. I think it would look great. I think it'd be, but again, let's just be
So
mindful of
I
all
don't-
the total expenditure.
I don't know the exact linear footage here, but I recall the fog seal being approximately $50 a linear foot, if that's correct. We do, if there's more information that y'all need before making a decision on this, we do need to make a decision on how to proceed with some of the initially approved projects, because this was one of the areas for Marvin Day parking. So we definitely need to at least get number 1 and 8, if I remember
Can,
The,
so,
the top parking lot and the
can
the
you
bottom
give us
for
this
ADA compliance.
information, by the 6th?
For those two projects, it was priced out just shy of $45,000.
I mean, can you get us the information on the erosion impacts?
We can't answer that question because it's all going to be dependent on when Mike can come out and what's needed from that.
That's why I
But
was wondering if we could get, if he could get out here before the 6th and give us some information on that, we could talk about it
yeah,
then.
I don't know his availability.
And do we have a time frame on the COVID dollars?
We do, but we're not anywhere against the COVID dollars. We have to expend that by December of this year. So we've got time. Our most immediate timeline is getting the work done before Marvin Day so that we're in ADA compliance with our parking situation. And that leads to the April 27th, 28th deadline, but it also leads for them to have time to actually mobilize and get the work done and get it completed, so.
How many COVID dollars do we have?
100,000-ish,
Okay,
is that correct?
I'm trying to make sure that we can push all that towards, as much of that towards this
Yeah,
as we
we
possibly
definitely can.
Yeah, I thought initially we were talking about ADA and having a place for pull-up and stuff, and that's what
Yes.
drove this, and now it has expanded.
So
to-
would y'all rather us just stick with the original plan? Is that kind of what
I
I'm
mean,
hearing?
we're talking, we were talking about the original plan was going to cost us 80, we're talking about 140 at this point to do all of it. I think the only big thing, I don't think that any of us are opposed to paving it all. I think that we can see the benefit in it. I think it's just that we need to know the.
Are we creating another problem?
Yeah,
Well, if-
is the drainage gonna work, and, and then secondly is like, what's gonna be the impact as far as maintenance budget going down the road? I know there's gonna be some dollars assigned to that, we know that, but the biggest thing holding us up from doing this, I think, is just the drainage. Where's that gonna go to?
So we have internally decided we were going to take care of that. So we have proactively asked, or I have asked Davey to ask Mike to come out and assess that. So we're taking care of that. Whether or not you guys need to have more information, or if you want to just entrust staff to make that happen, we can assure from an engineer that we'll cover that base.
Well-
But in terms of maintenance,
If the engineer comes out and he's like, you guys have massive problems.
Right.
Because you've got all this runoff now, and it's gonna cost another 100,000 or 200,000, or however much it's gonna cost, yeah, we need to know that before we're saying,
I mean,
go
if it-
pave everything.
If he comes out and says everything's fine, I'm fine going forward. But if he comes out and says, well, we've got big issues, then we need to address that. We can't just
so
say.
could we-
We have
so-
minor issues, like,
so-
we need to know, like,
We need to
what does
know.
it look like? What do the remedies look like? What are the remedies gonna cost us? Like, I just can't,
So could we approve it on a contingency of, any sort of runoff issues or something not to exceed a certain amount of money? 10,000 or,
We certainly
something
could.
like
yeah,
that.
I mean, we can. Can we use PAL bill funds to repave as we need in maintenance?
I'd have to look into that one. I think the answer is maybe yes and no, but I'm not
Oh.
100% sure.
He didn't hear it.
I'd have to look into that one to answer it fully. This does also, just so y'all know, it does also include the ADA sidewalks as well, so that's,
Yeah, I mean, it's a great project. There are some things that we just need to make sure that we're dotting our i's and crossing our t's on it, and.
we can try to do, if y'all want to do a hybrid approval based on, contingent upon no findings of X from a certified engineer, we can take care of that piece, and if there's something that needs to be brought back to you all, that's another expense that would address the culvert issue, maybe a pipe expansion or something of that nature, we can bring that back to you all, but I do need some direction in terms of at least the two portions that were previously approved, just so we're covered for Marvin Day.
All right, well, can I ask a question before we do that? So if we approve it contingent on the engineer not finding issues, and it's not gonna cost us any more money, and we wanna do it as a full project where it's seamless, do we have time to get all of that done by Marvin Day and have all of it done by Marvin Day?
That's what they've told you, right, Davey?
Yeah, I gave them the
With
date
the
for that.
speed
so,
humps and
we'd
the
have to coordinate.
sidewalks and the whole 9 yards.
Yeah, because they'll just come in and do it all as one project, and that's where you get the economies of scale.
No,
so.
I get that. I'm just trying to confirm that they will be able to do all of that.
That's what
think it's a
Because
couple-
it's 2 months away.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and
but
that's what we believe,
that's
yes.
why, time
Less
is of
than.
the
I
essence
don't-
here.
Less than, I know,
I don't
that's why
think
I'm
this is going to
asking.
take them more than a couple of days to complete it as a company. I mean, they're going to get in there, they're going to knock it out, and they're going to get out of there. So it's.
If they
it's-
can get
it's-
out.
It's not this isn't like a month-long process. This is under a week to get it done once they mobilize. So it's getting on the schedule.
Okay. All right, so you want a motion?
I did just revise it if you want to refresh your page.
Are you good, Davey?
All right. Jill, you want to say something? I feel like you're,
No, I was just up here in case y'all had questions about the
Just there
funding.
for
There was a budget amendment that I had coming right after this, but it looks like somebody moved it to consent. So I've already broken down for you in that budget amendment, how much extra we're pulling to cover what you've already approved and what's already allocated from ARPA. So
okay.
that was on your consent already, but I'm just here in case you have questions.
Support, moral support?
Yeah, moral
Okay.
support for Davey.
All right. Getting beaten up there. Okay. So first, before I make this motion, I'm going to make a motion to dismiss Wayne at 12 o'clock as he has to leave. All in favor?
All's in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none?
Okay, so I'm going to make a motion to approve the new asphalt and concrete plan for Marvin Eford Park as presented, contingent upon no findings of drainage, erosion, runoff, et cetera issues from a certified engineer. And if there's a cost associated with fixing it, it's got to come back to us.
Further discussion? All's,
Hold on,
Go
we
ahead.
good with that?
Well, can we give them a budget, what it might be over, not to exceed? So that if it's
Sure.
a small
Not to
number.
exceed $5,000? $10,000, how much you want?
Let's do 10.
Okay, not to exceed $10,000.
Because if it's something very minor and they can just go ahead and get it done, then. we don't
Upon
need to see it.
attorney review and manager approval.
There we go.
I don't know, because it's a contract? Is it a contract?
Can you just restate the motion for clarity?
Well, you just said re-listen to it.
Here's the thing, I want to be sure too, that it's going to be finished by the time they say they're going to be
Okay.
finished, because you can promise all you want,
You want
and,
that in there,
you
too?
know.
Is there going to be a contract written for this, Christina, or is this part of our?
It's part of our
concrete-
all-inclusive contract.
But do we have a, like, agreement or a?
We have an
Side-
agreement that's already in place.
I know, but is there like a contract that we now say, okay, you've said you're gonna charge us this much, and you say you're gonna have it done by this date? Like, are we gonna have something like that, or no?
No, it's generally just a quote based on our existing contract.
Fingers crossed it gets done and they stick to their numbers?
We can give them the timeline.
Okay.
And the numbers are pre-negotiated. It's per linear foot or square foot or
Yes.
whatever. It's
Okay.
in there, it's in our contract, so they can't change that on us.
All right, you want me to try again?
Let's try again.
You wanna do it or you want me to do it?
Go ahead.
Okay. I'm going to make a motion to approve a new asphalt and concrete plan for Marvin Eford Park as presented, contingent upon no findings of drainage, erosion, runoff, et cetera issues from a certified engineer. Nope, I don't want to do that one. Sorry. I'm going to start over again, sorry. I'm reading what you have written and I don't like it. All right, I'm going to approve make a motion to approve the new asphalt and concrete plan for Marvin Eford Park as presented. Contingent any issues of drainage, erosion, runoff from a certified engineer up to $10,000. And the work will be done before April 25th. Do you like that better?
Does that work, Davey?
Did I cover everything?
April 25th. Refresh it, tell me if that's exactly what you said. I got most of it.
No, not no findings. Because there could be findings up to $10,000.
Findings not to exceed $10,000
There you
in
go.
repair costs.
There we go.
Sorry. You guys are making it more complicated. All right, you want me to read it again? Okay. All right.
Oh, I thought she was going to read it again. All right.
Don't want to have to.
Further discussion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Against? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously. All right, moving on. Okay. Why does this not want to cooperate?
Let's get through new business and then.
Yeah. I'm sorry, my computer's not discussing. Are we on entering contract?
Yep.
Okay. Discuss and consider entering contract with Dewberry. See, it's not, maybe it's your fingers, I don't know, my fingers. Okay.
The title did get cut off here a little
No,
bit.
it's not responding to me, my touch here. Discuss and consider entering contract with Dewberry Engineering for survey, wetland delineation report, flood study, model report, and various agency coordination, site visits for the Marvin Creek Connector Trail in amount not to exceed $33,000.
This part got cut off because there was too many characters, but
Okay.
with,
Oh, with a contingency of $12,000, and authorize manager to execute agreement and relevant permit applications as needed.
So that would be me. This is a very lengthy item, so I apologize for the memo in depth, but it is a very tedious report project that's needed here. This is the Marvin Creek Connector Trail, and the proposal in front of you is for two very distinct studies to be done, which is to determine a rise or no rise on the proposed development, and to also look at the wetlands delineations and determinations. Both of these distinct kind of pillars, we'll refer to them, have their own set of rules and regulations and respective regulatory agencies that we would have to work with. The very first task that would happen within this proposal would be the topographic boundary survey, where they basically go out and look at the platted properties and where the trail is going and where the bridge, the footbridge would be placed. The second one would be looking at the wetlands delineation. They would produce their findings. They would do a report, produce findings on how we would proceed if they found wetlands. There's no allowances in this proposal for permit submittals or jurisdictional determinations if a wetland is found. That's estimated around a, $3,000 to $5,000 cost, and that project is around 6 months if they do find wetlands. We would have to have additional meetings with the Corps of Engineers as well, and we would have to come back potentially for additional appropriations if the contingency is not enough, and I'll go into that in just a minute. And I'll just tell you guys to stop me at any point in time, because this is a confusing process, so if you have any questions on that particular task, just let me know. Task number 3 is really the biggest piece. That's the flood model study. That's where they basically take the baseline flood maps, they overlay that bridge, and they use their engineering modeling to project 100-year storms to see if there is a rise projected out of the proposed development. If there is a rise, there's 2 different ways that the village could go. They could do what's called a CLOMAR-LOMAR, which is a map revision to the FEMA models, or they could decide to extend and make the bridge a little bit higher so that it kind of spans that flood level. That's 2 options there. If there is no rise, they basically provide all the permitting information that we would need to accomplish that, that construction. Are there any questions on that part of it? If we have to go through the CLOMAR process, that's a very timely and expensive process. Just the permits themselves are around $8,000. That's not including any engineered models that would be needed or construction plans that would be needed for submittal there. If there is no rise projected, We would just have to go through our own internal process, and that is only for the floodplain. That is not including any of the wetlands determinations that would be required. That's a separate pillar. So just try to keep that in your mind as two different sections here. And then the last thing is agency coordination with those respective pillars as needed. There are several exclusions listed in this proposal, so I wanted you to spend some time really looking at those because that would be increased costs if we needed those exclusions. I tried to mention that how I could within these tasks. That's why the contingency amount is so high, but there are potential for more contingencies needed depending on what the results of these findings are. This proposal is not really we're not going to know, we can't say after we do these proposals, we're going to know 100% to move forward what the costs are going to be, because it's all going to be dependent on what they find. If there's a rise, there's going to be a cost associated with that. If there's wetlands, there's going to be a cost associated with that. I tried to highlight the relevant sections in your agenda on the proposal so you could read those areas. There's no cancel meetings or PRG meetings or any of that listed in the proposal as well, so if y'all wanted any of that, we'd have to obviously increase the scope there. Hunter, did you want to add anything? You good? Okay. Are there any questions?
Is any of this grant money that we've gone for applicable to any of this?
Not this study in particular, no.
No. Okay. Oh. Come on down.
So,
Hold on.
What-
Hold on, let Hunter answer this question.
okay.
The only thing that I will add is that I actually do have a call with CRTPO on Monday of next week about potential funding opportunities for this project, including engineering, planning, design, construction. I just wanted to at least mention that. I don't know what that will entail. I do not know the timeline on that. My understanding it would be similar to, we would have to submit an application for funding, may not get approved, there might be some other hoops we have to jump through, but I'm going to have that conversation with Jennifer Stafford of CRTPO next week.
I don't know if Andrea is online. I don't know if it's our engineer. I had asked her to be here, and I don't know if she is. Can you tell who's online? Is there an Andrea Hayden?
Bob Arena's still here? No, Bob left. No one's online. I was gonna say.
Okay.
I was gonna say, didn't we just excuse him?
Do y'all have any questions for me in regards to the process, or?
Not of the process, but, well, it's the it's the funding part of it, but it's also what if we say no? What's the implication if we say no?
If you say no to the proposal,
Yep.
then we won't be able to proceed with the project or postpone it until you're ready to proceed.
I'm wondering, this is a type of project that would fall under the GO bonds, correct?
This particular project,
It's not specifically listed on the GO bonds, per
is
se.
a type of project, yes, but I don't think we itemized it. I'm sorry?
It'd be in the guardrails we always talked about of GO bonds, right?
It would be in the guardrails, yes, but it is not a project that we listed particularly in the GO bond.
Correct. So, I think, this is a project then that, already seeing, we're talking about a minimum of 32,480. I think it is taking a wait-and-see approach if we're worried about, where the funding's coming from, because that 32,480 essentially is the baseline you're telling us. And then depending on what the findings,
That's right.
it kind of, you know, comes out from there. So, you know, I would suggest that we just table this till we have a better understanding of the sources of the funding that we may have, whether we have GO bonds or not. And, you know, take a look at it in another month or so.
I agree.
I agree with that.
Is that everybody's?
agree.
Okay.
Sorry, looks like a consensus. So we'll discuss that after, in the recess?
Just put it on the work session.
Okay,
March work session.
okay.
I mean, if we want to, I mean, it's
We're
GeoBond
not-
project list on the 6th, so if we want to talk about it there, we can, but
Yeah.
if we don't want to, then we can push it off.
Yeah, I would even push it off further. I'd put on a work session and some other time. This is, when we look at the priority list, this doesn't nudge me either way.
Yeah, what I envision is, you know, we're going to be meeting, of course, after the GO bonds, one way or the other. And either way that goes, we're going to be resetting new priorities for things, you
Yeah,
know?
sure.
And this will just kind of play a part in that and where we have available funding and what it gets put to.
So when do you guys want to table this to?
Put it on the March agenda, and if we
March
get to
work
it and want to
session.
talk about it, then we can, and if we don't want to, we'll push it off again.
Work session?
Yeah.
Okay, can do that.
All right. All right, moving on. We're going to go on to discussion of Marvin Creek Connector Trail easement requests. Who has?
I'm sorry, I was trying to see if this quote was good for a certain amount of time. I don't see anything on there, but I'm sure that there's a timeline. I'll have to just confirm that with the engineers. I don't have anything particular to say or ask on this one, other than the fact that you all had asked me to table this item. I think we talked about this at the retreat, if I'm not mistaken. We had some residents request the return of the Marvin Creek connector easement. All the information is put in your agenda packets as to those emails that you all had asked me to obtain to substantiate the findings or the claims that were made in the request to return these easements. All those are there. There was a petition sent last night, pretty late, so I forwarded that to you all as well last night. Not sure you've got a chance to review that. The police investigation report is in there. Everything's there in your agenda packet, so I'm just turning it over to you all to further discuss.
You said you sent a petition? That was the last thing on this?
Yes, there was a resident that sent a petition
Oh, the
last night.
emails?
Yeah, in email, I'm sorry, yes.
Okay, yep. I was reading those, okay, that was.
At this point, we've completely pulled away from doing any activity with this, right?
No, I did issue a stop work order maybe 2 months ago. I don't know the exact date, but a stop work order was issued on this project.
So there's nothing going on with this right now?
No.
And this is basically asking to give the easement back?
That's correct.
Let's see here.
I have a question. This is necessarily intertwined specifically with what we just discussed, correct?
That's correct.
The engineering studies and everything, so.
Yes.
I see no issue. I think, you know, to make the best decisions as a council, we need to have clarity in terms of the costs associated, all of those things. And again, part of that's going to be dependent on, you know, what our priorities, you know, need to be arranged by within the next month or two. So I would say we would make no decision on this unless we were necessarily already making decisions that we're not moving forward with engineering studies, that it's cost prohibitive or things like that. So at this point, I see no reason not to table it, again for a couple of months and until we have more clarity around the issues around it.
But for me, it's an easement issue. They're asking to get it back, and I'm looking at, you discussed or you mentioned the greater good, having that because it's part of what has been planned out for a number of years when they did the greenways and stuff. And part of the issue is, do we have the easements and the right of way to do that? So we're here to discuss, does this warrant enough information to give the easement back? I know that that's why we had the officers here talking about, because we were told crime was an issue, and clearly, I don't think that is the result of having a pathway. So it's just me. Again, I don't get a vote, and you guys do, but I'd like to, see, is there a warrant to sending the easement back to them, even regardless of what happens with the bond, because that's still going to be a part of the plan that we looked at, and PRG looked at it, all the different, entities that created this thing. So why would, I guess my question would be, why would we want to give it back?
Why would we or why wouldn't we?
Either way, I mean,
Yeah,
pros or
that's
cons.
what I'm kind of saying too, and until we settle these other issues, unless it was cost prohibitive or unless, I would see no reason to be giving it back, if we already have it in hand.
Well, we've gone through the process, correct, of getting the easement, right?
We have, yes.
Okay. Again, I view this as something that is, just like this council can change, and residents change. If this council has basically looked at this and said, we've pulled completely away from it, and we're not planning to expend any funds or anything to move this, let's say down the road, Marvin Creek goes, we want this, we want a pathway through this. Now we got to unring the bell. We got to put the toothpaste back in the tube. And we're doing all this. And again, we've already done an action. To undo an action, it doesn't make sense to me to undo an action if nothing's going to be done.
Well, and if I could add too, I know the experience that I have previously from the PRG board is, we've had a lot of questions come up about the GO bonds from the standpoint of, the different easements that would be needed, whether they're off DOT right-of-way, things like that. And what our policy has always been on PRG is that master plan is kind of laid out for something over the next 10, 20, 50 years, considering that councils change, residents change, and other than a very few minor amounts, we haven't even really changed the master plan, which isn't easements that we have in hand. So what I would say is that already having an easement in hand, from a PRG perspective, we're always trying to think about the future, and if we already have that in hand, but there's other reasons that we're not able to move forward with it, we don't necessarily take things off that master plan because it allows us to inform residents to know that, yes, these things can still happen in the future. If we give that back, then people may mistakenly think that, no, that can't be done in the future, but it still can. It still can be done if they gave us
It's got
another.
to go through that process
So-
again.
Yeah, but you would just be
options.
wasting kind of time and stuff going through the process again. So, if there's reasons that we're not going to be able to develop that, then those reasons are fine, but they're not necessarily permanent, And that being the case, I think it's a good policy, to be consistent in, following our master plan and keeping things on there for future development and informing the public of what that could be, rather than just each individual group that might have an interested couple of homeowners, come and say, well, I want this part off, and another, group says, well, I want this part off, and it just makes it very, very difficult to plan properly then.
So the example of down near your area, I can't think of her name, Dorothy?
Correct, Deb Barry.
Deb?
Yeah.
So Deb basically has said, and all of her neighbors have basically said, we don't want anything coming in here. I think as a council, we've respected and we would continue to respect her wishes. It's still in the planning, it's still in our master plan.
Correct.
But that doesn't mean at this point we should give something back, because then we're just every 5 years, every 5 years or 2 years or whatever the case may be, every situation that comes up, we're giving back, we're giving back, we're taking easements away. But again, I go back to the importance of, like with her, she made it very clear, and her neighbors made it very clear, and we've respected that. I don't think it's prudent unless someone just absolutely made a compelling argument that we need to be in the business of reacting to something that takes us away from our master plan. And again, I appreciate everyone's input, appreciate everyone, what they're doing, and I just don't believe in this case, we've already said we've pulled everything back. We have listened to what everyone has said, and it's not like we're trying to sit here and going, yeah, but if you don't give it back, we're going to do something. We've listened and we've heard. Let's maintain it in the master plan, and we're not putting any additional funds to it. And if something happens 10 years down the road where everybody in Marvin Creek has sold their homes and they have left, and they come back in and they start storming us going, we want a connector trail. And we go, well, we don't have an easement. Well, you had an easement. I'm just, for those that I'm sure are understanding of this or have knowledge of this, it's maintaining the consistency. And again, I'll go back to our job is to listen to the constituents and what their concerns are, and we should have that relationship and respect what their concerns are. And again, but it has to be for the betterment of the entire community. However, I think if we get into the practice of returning things because of a particular person or particular whatever, after we've already said we're not taking any actions, our master plan's no good. Let's not do a master plan.
So
Let's scrap the master plan, and let's not have any trails on there. We've listened to Deb, and we've heard Deb. I'd be the first to say, I personally would not approve.
Board's not going to be a priority.
It's not going to be a priority.
Well,
So,
and I think,
in respect of everyone as a whole, I just want everyone as a whole to understand is we're listening to what you're saying.
yeah,
But I don't think for consistency basis, I think we'd be in a worse position if we went and we gave the easement back, simply because now we're setting a precedent that anytime one person, 10 people don't want something, we're going to change our master plan for that.
Jamie,
Yeah,
can I throw something in here real quick? When you spoke of precedent, okay, we've already set a precedent. If you recall Belgrove, that there is an easement over there that we own for a trail system. The citizens of Belgrove decided they didn't want that. It presents a lot of topographical challenges to build that trail. We were able to get the connector up their sidewalks and their roadways to be able to connect between the two trails we wanted to connect. So we abandoned that project. We did not, however, give back any easements. The easement is still there. And to your point, and this is the thing that we always discussed on PRG, you know, there's always the future. None of us are going to be here 100 years from now. We don't know what Marvin's going to look like. To take away tools of the future people that live here would be irresponsible on our part. But our precedent has already been set. We have not given them back an easement in Bell Grove for the very same reason.
I don't want to, I want to be careful in coming across as that this is it's a negative to us not giving it back. And I think it should be more viewed as we have a master plan. And I would say that it'd be more of a testament to us listening to our constituents and saying, we've got a master plan, and that's the master plan we're going to work off of. And for the integrity of the entire community, we're going to listen to what our constituents say. And with that being said, this council will absolutely listen to what our constituents are saying in making those decisions. And then from there, we keep the integrity of the master plan. And then I don't want it to be viewed as a negative.
Well,
It should be viewed more as a partnership, because I believe that's what it is. It's with anything. However, we can't be in the practice of giving and taking away, giving away, you know, going back and forth, because we could do that literally every year. We could do it. We could be giving back easements, and I hope that people understand that and could certainly appreciate it, because the backside of that is us not taking action and not doing something because of what someone else has said. That's just my only position on it. And I think we, again, as I've always said for 4 years now, every time we do something, we set a precedent, and that precedent can be good, and that precedent can be bad, and I think this is one where that precedent could be bad.
Oh, and I think we've actually kind of displayed our attention to the issue extremely well. I recall the resident first called me, I think, because of my experience on the PRG board. And in our very first conversation, I listened very much to what they were asking. And they said the main thing that they're asking for is a pause, because there's reasons why there can be issues here. And, you know, she reached out to other folks, and I think the extent to which we have looked at the problem, analyzed the problem, paused any of the work, we really essentially asked them, we've done what they were originally asking us to do, and we're going to continue to do that in a responsible way.
Sure.
The process work without having to change anything.
Correct.
Quite frankly.
Yeah.
That's what we're looking for.
I don't want it to be viewed as a negative. And if you stop and look at the integrity of the process and the integrity of the plan, we can have a plan to do something, but if the overwhelming response is to not do it, then we're not, this council is committed to not doing it. But getting in the practices of changing, easements and right-of-ways are not easy to come by. It's an extensive process to do, and just understanding that, I would hope that this is not viewed in a negative way, and I would hope that it's not viewed as we're going against someone or against something, because again, when the community has reached out and said, this is something we're not for, we're against it, I think we've met that request, and then we have to move forward with the integrity of A, the process, and B, of the master plan itself.
Okay.
Okay.
You guys good with that? It's, yeah,
We
sorry.
can't take comments out of the air, so, I mean, you can have a conversation later if, right. Right. you're welcome to have a conversation after, but we just got to keep this thing. So that said, I don't think there's any more to talk about on this, and I'm going to ask that we recess for.
We're actually going to recess into closed session and go ahead and do closed session because Chaplain has a time crunch, so we'll eat in closed session.
Okay.
Okay.
Does that sound good? So we'll make a, we
Is
need
that
a
okay,
motion
Austin?
for
'Cause
that.
we can move
We're gonna
stuff
change,
around.
Yeah, Joe can call items out of order.
Okay,
Yes.
you call it out of order then.
All right, so I'm gonna move closed session because of a time frame that Chaplain has to the next topic in place of open topics, and then we'll follow down from there.
And we'll recess into closed session now.
Recess into closed session.
I'll make a motion to recess into closed session pursuant to NCGS 143-318.11A35 to consult with an attorney retained by the public body to preserve the attorney-client privilege and to instruct staff concerning the position to be taking in negotiating the price and other material terms of a contract or proposed contract for the acquisition of real property identified as parcels 062310001A, 062310001B, and 062310001C, 0 Henry Nesbitt Road, owned by C.H. Nesbitt LLC.
All's in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously. Okay. Okay. All right, we are currently back in open session. Next up, we're going to move right into open topics. Do we have any open topics we want to discuss?
You do.
I know I do. Mine, we did not have on the list WUMA.
That's because WUMA's in their regular meeting as an update. Normally, the WUMA meeting falls on the work sessions. That's why it's not on here, because we normally wouldn't have anything to talk about.
Oh, okay.
Okay,
That makes sense.
but can I give you that, so I don't lose this piece of paper that I wrote on? Between now and the next meeting, so, in fairness. It was a good meeting, not fully, we didn't have everyone there, but we did have a couple guests from the county speaking. The new chairman, which is J.R. Rawlings, and then Brian Matthews was there to speak. Just a quick, on a side note, Jeff Perryman, who is the chair of the WUMA, was trying to get the communities or municipalities to, which we're already doing with Hunter did it the other day with CRTPO, is get like a working knowledge for all council members of all municipalities of what CRTPO is all about. So it sounds like we've already kind of started that, and encourage all of you. I think you and Jamie were at the last one.
We did the, and Kim actually came in on the tail end and got a little information, but
So I gave him a thumbs up for that, knowing what I know about CRTPO, and it's, you're drinking from a, no, I sometimes do, yes. That said, Jeff did say thank you to all the work that you have now taken over with the minutes and all the things you're handling from Weddington right now. I didn't know specifically what you were doing, but he just said to say thank you to Austin.
I appreciate it. I put quite a bit of work into the WUMA website, but now that that's done, it's pretty easy from here on out.
Okay. Well, I just wanted to go over some highlights. Brian, basically, JR introduced themselves, and then Brian basically took over and just wanted to give you some issues that they are facing within the county level, just to kind of, obviously need a new jail. And bed space, that's one of their biggest issues that they're looking at right now. They also need room for judicial.
I thought we offered up Marvin for that.
Courtroom space and public defender office, they need room for that. They did say there will be a reevaluation at 2025 for 2026. Anticipate a significant property value increase is what his words were. Also, water and sewer issues with pressure and fire flow, water capacity issues. We use the Catawba right now. I know there was some news in the paper about removing the fluoride. That is only for the Yadkin, which is only 25% of Union County, but 75% is from the Catawba, and they're not adjusting anything there when it comes to the that's for anyone listening, that when it comes to that, the fluoride issue. They are working with Lancaster with the Catawba, on the Catawba side, they're working with Lancaster for capacity issues. Sewer capacity expansion, authorized expansion on 12 Mile Creek, waiting for authorization from the state within the next 30 days. They are not expanding Crooked Creek project, expanding smaller projects along Highway 74. We again brought up the issue of Site B, yet to be reimbursed by the state at this time, and they are waiting. I asked the question, does that affect, because those funds are from ARPA, I believe, and they have a time frame with that. They did say their overall financial health is good. However, you know, I think it's
Is
important.
that all things considered?
That's what they said. That was,
Okay.
I
I'm
asked
not-
that because I think I heard from you or someone else.
You heard from me.
About some
We've got-
issues
we've
that
got
they were having.
financial issues.
But this is at a public meeting that he stated. I said specifically, how is your financial health overall, given what we're going through for a bond issue? He said everything is in good shape, is what he said. So you got to take it for what it's, the
And he is who?
Brian Matthews, the county
Okay,
manager.
and we also have an EMS, which is very concerning to me. For Union County, we have an EMS issue, from what I understand. I'm just relaying information that's been given to me, that we are currently north of 30. And again, this could be completely false. We're north of 30 EMTs short in Mecklenburg, in Union County. And that there has been issues where they're supposed to be sending 2 ambulances to a issue or fire, whatever the case may be, and sometimes, some cases are only sending 1, and they have been short because of budget. A contract with the county that has issues around it. Why is that contract, why was it not addressed earlier? And I've heard rumblings of why it wasn't addressed, which is extremely troubling, because I think it had personal connections in it that allowed the can to get kicked down the road. So I'm just throwing those out there.
Yeah, so I, without looking at the numbers, I don't know that. We just take it for what they're presenting in front of us. That issue did not come up, I can assure you. But the Site B issue did come up, and I mentioned, and I'm understanding there are 2 county commissioners still on the board that aren't up for reelection that would double down today on what they did with the 9 years, 11 months, and not having an out clause. They think that's they're still in favor of that. So when we go to the primaries, I think it's important that you're looking at who you're voting for, because they just need one more vote to keep that, because they didn't have an answer for that. They didn't, because we asked specifically, what's the buyout? And I think that's a pretty big cost to get out of that contract that they signed.
Cost of purchase.
Cost of purchase, so, yeah. But,
They already own. They're just leasing it back.
What I'm saying is, to get out of the lease, the penalty is cost of purchase to get out of the lease. So that's.
so we just doubled our price on the thing, what we already
$4
paid?
million to get out of the contract.
Yeah.
We've already paid it.
We've already paid it, yes. That's Union County's taxpayer money that.
And mine.
Yes, all of ours that, I'm just going on the record right now, tell me if I'm wrong or challenge me on this if you would, but we currently have 2 county commissioners that still will double down on that and would do that all over again and not have an out clause and do a contract. Why under 10 years? Because if it was 10 years, it would had to go to bid. It never went to bid, and all they did is lease it back to the original owner. So there's issues there for sure, but one is no longer with us at this time. But then again, what happens in the primaries typically moves over automatically to who your choices are limited. So it's important to vote this upcoming Tuesday. That's all I had for that, but it was a very productive meeting overall. I did talk a little bit about annexation, what's called the conditional annexation. A lot of these other communities next to us don't really have the issue that we have here in Marvin, but it is across the state, and they were surprised to learn that we could do this locally, too. I don't know if you knew that, but I've been told we can do this conditional annexation locally and not have it a statewide issue. We just got to get someone on legislative slide to support that.
And I believe you have to have a majority of your county council support it as well.
Right, which I just ticked
It's
off
not
2 of them,
formal,
so.
yeah, so.
It would just be a local bill.
I'm sorry?
It would be a local bill, very similar to any other local bill.
Right. But it's something that, if we're really serious about it, it's a way that it doesn't affect anybody's current tax situation right now. It's just when you go to sell it and you no longer own it, then it's on to the next person who's moving in
I have to
there.
think that Waxaw would support that, being that they have the same situation we do.
Yeah, but Waxaw was not there at that meeting, so it was just
haven't been since
ourselves,
the election.
Weddington Chase. And oh, by the way, I did get, Christina, for you, I can get this number for you later. Wesley Chapel Mayor sent me, it's a group called, give me a second. why can't I expand this? It's a new phone. It doesn't work. Nothing works to my touch anymore. Here we go. It's called Bird Dog Traffic Control. And they're a company that usually does events, but if we were able to contract them for an extended period, we may get a better rate. She said it was better to go at that point with the sheriff's office, but if we're able to contract with them on a longer term, we may get a better price than what they were offering just on a thing, but and I can get you their phone number.
I actually am 99.9% sure that was one of the vendors that we used when we did our matrix the last time we looked at this, but I'll confirm.
She just, that's kind of why we form UMA, to kind of help each other with stuff that we think, but other than that, good meeting, and that's all I had. So that, without any questions, we'll go on to review of action items. What?
Hold on. I had something.
Oh, you did? I didn't know you did.
No.
Okay.
You just jumped right in with yours, so I was just
Oh,
waiting
I
patiently.
gave everyone a chance to say it. Nobody
No,
said anything. Okay.
no,
My
no.
apologies,
No, it's
Mayor
okay.
Pro Tem.
No, it's totally fine. I'm used to it. It's fine. I'm very disappointed and disheartened with some people within the village of Marvin. And the fact that they are personally attacking us, and this is piggybacking off of what Jamie said at our last meeting. They're personally attacking us for bringing forward a way to take care of problems that we have now, that we're going to have in the next 3 to 5 years, in the next 10 years. And somehow we have become the bad guys because we're giving you an option. I don't know how that happened. And it's people who don't come in and don't ask questions. Coffee with Council's perfect opportunity to do that. 2 days ago, we didn't have anybody come in. And it is very disappointing that people will sit behind their computers and make fun of us, which, whatever, I got a thick skin, but make fun of our quote-unquote small-town podunk business, Marvin Day, end quote. It goes on, but I'm not gonna. This staff and this council, and I would say the majority of residents within Marvin take a lot of pride in their quote-unquote podunk town, who is continuously the most affluent community in North Carolina, so I'm not sure how we got to be podunk, but okay. We take a lot of pride in what we do. Staff puts in so much hard work, and the fact that residents are attacking staff, again, for putting forth a way to alleviate our issues in a very economical way is so disappointing. And I would hope that you could take the personal out of whatever issue you have. If you don't, not one time have we sat up here and said, you have to vote yes for the GO bond. Not one time. We want you to make your own decision. And if the decision is no, then we understand what our directive is. But instead of us going out and just raising taxes, which we could do with zero guardrails and do whatever we want to with that money, we've given you the opportunity to go out and voice your opinion. At no point have I attacked you saying that you have to do this, but you have certainly come out and attacked us. And it is disappointing. And I am disappointed with those people who are out there taking personal pot shots because we're doing our job. And if you have a problem with me, just like Jamie said, here I am. But don't sit behind your computer and take pot shots. I'm here. I'll be happy to have a conversation with you. You can call me. We can sit down in public. We will have a conversation. But don't be chicken and sit behind your computer. because that's all you are. And my mom taught me that if I don't have anything nice to say, then don't say anything at all. And maybe that's what you need to do, is you need to stop taking pot shots at a council and at staff that are doing nothing more than trying to make this village better for you. Again, not one time have we said you have to do this. Not one time. We're giving you an option. Don't make it personal. We're not. Although you kind of have made it personal when you're taking pot shots. So if you have a problem, feel free to call me. I'm happy to sit down and have a conversation with you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. All right, hearing no other open topics, I'm going to move on to review of action items. What do we got, Austin?
All right, hard to follow that up. So for our action item list, for the bamboo removal, we're going to go with the urban forester's recommendation. We are tabling the discussion of the survey, I believe, until the March work session. Was that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. We're tabling, or we tabled a lot. We're tabling to March 12th and putting on the PRG agenda the appointment, the vacancy on the board. Davey is going to bring back the stop sign issue with more information. Was that right? I actually don't know if I wrote that down correctly. Christina and Hunter are going to bring back the issue of the Marvin Creek Connector Trail studies at the March work session. And I'm going through my list here to make sure I got everything. We're going to move forward with the asphalt and concrete plan for Marvin Eford Park, contingent upon the no issues being found up to $10,000. And I think that's honestly it. Christina, am I forgetting anything?
Just a couple follow-ups from the law enforcement officers that were here on additional information you all requested, which I'll get and follow back up in an email to you all.
Hey, the Marvin Creek issue, and we had tabled that till March.
We, with the issues with the environmental studies.
I know this is the wrong time to, I'm just asking the question, why are we even doing it till March? I'm just asking.
Because
That was the environmental studies.
That's the
I think,
environmental
not-
studies.
Not the,
So if-
not the returning.
if
of
we
the
have the
easement.
bond, if we have the bond money, if we get the bond, we'll utilize that to, in order to do the study, then we at least have the information that if any point down the road we want to do the connector, we'll have the information, and we've already secured the funds in order to do it. That's why we've pushed it off.
Okay, because my only thing is, if we've already pulled back from it, and let someone else address it, let someone else deal with it. I don't want to spend the money. I don't care if it's free money. That's just my point on it, and I know we can't go back and, that's just my point.
Yeah,
on it. I don't care if you get free money and someone says they'll do it for free, I don't even want to address it.
Well, let's just table it till the meeting, and then if we just
Okay.
want to not, just
Keeping that on the
keep it
March
on
work
there, and then
session.
if we don't want to talk about it, we won't talk about
I
it.
think that was it, honestly, unless you have everything else.
I'm just trying to eliminate things that, if you know. I don't, okay.
All right, next up, review of the mayor pro Kim list.
Let me get this open, hold on one second.
Well, that's fine, I'll just start talking. So I think we're going to have to rename this the, let's see, micromanaging list. My micromanaged to-do list, because unfortunately, that's what people like to say, again, pot shots. I like to think of it as being able to follow up and being organized and efficient so that when we know that we've got projects in the works, we all like to get updates. And sometimes we don't always get updates because staff forgets, and that's okay, or they just don't have one, and we can at least know where we are in it. So, yeah, I'll continue to micromanage this process. I don't really have anything except that. I think we've gone over most of these, and you've updated the majority of them. But I do want to say one more thing to this. This specific post was really pretty egregious. But the DIY projects that this council has done for the village has saved us at least a 1 cent tax increase. So again, instead of making fun of and taking pot shots at, why don't you say thank you? It's not that hard. Just say thank you instead of making fun of our DIY projects that we have. I mean, that must make us the podunk town that we are. But instead of increasing taxes, this council has taken it upon themselves in order to do these projects.
I will add that to your open comment.
Thank you.
All right.
You can just put that under my council comments.
Add that to council. Moving on to council comments, do you want to just continue and we'll just?
Yes, I will just continue that. You can just keep going with that.
I'm ready.
I would like to thank staff. I usually don't make council comments because everybody else does an eloquent job of doing it. But thank you all for all of your hard work and all of the arrows and torches and pitchforks that you guys have had to deal with throughout this process of presenting an option to the community. And I appreciate all of your hard work and answering the multitude of questions that we have gotten, and continuing to be as professional as you are. So thank you all to staff for that. I really appreciate it, and the village residents should really appreciate the level of professionalism that we have at a staff level. It is undeniable how wonderful our staff is and how professional they are and what a fabulous job that they do. And instead of taking pot shots at them as well, you should say thank you. I'm done.
Jamie?
I can only say ditto, from what, very well put, and, I hear a little hint of, vinegar in that, in those comments, but I think it's warranted, because again, this staff has done just really an incredible job with everything that, and then thank you for staff for putting together stuff for this potential funding that we can get for the drainage and all of that, because that's not something that you had to do. You could have said, you know what, we're too busy. You're too busy doing legal stuff. That takes a significant amount of time, but I can't add, the only thing I can add is thank you. And thank you for the sheriff's deputies that came out today. Thank, Tommy and Ed for all they do. I think sometimes we do take that for granted, that they do a lot of work here that's just completely unseen. And as I always say, they do what a lot of us would not sign up to do. And so thank you to them, and thanks staff. Thank you so much. Hang in there. There are a lot of people that really do appreciate what you do, whether they say it or not, because I know a lot of people do. So thank you.
Thanks, Jamie. John?
I just wanted to say thank you again to the deputies. I've dealt with them, with the schools, with, working different events, things like that. And the role that our deputies play in keeping us safe is something that I and we as a council take very seriously. And I'm glad we'll continue to look at, what the right levels are of contracting officers and so forth. I do also want to thank all the residents that have come out to our Go Bond sessions, whether they were for or against it. I think they all walked away from those meetings with a better understanding of what the different issues are, what the different opportunities are, a better knowledge of how the village kind of goes about its funding and so forth. So I really do want to say thank you to that. And while there has been a lot of controversy around the GO bonds, I'm also thankful for the fact that it does seem to be getting more people involved and at least aware of some of these issues. So I look forward to us having this vote. Like I said earlier, it'll be kind of as pure a survey as you can get, because people that care about it one way or another are going to come out and have their voices heard. And, we as a council will then at that point look at what's in the best interests of the village. And in some cases, that'll be reprioritizing things that either in favor of a pro bond vote, or if there's a non-bond vote. We'll be reprioritizing things. We'll have to make decisions about how we fund those things. And I hope, if in the event we do have to raise taxes and so forth, that people understand better the reasons why, because we've gone through this process. But that's all. Thank you.
Thanks. Andy?
Well, I'd like to extend my thanks to everybody in this building and our deputies, because everybody works very, very hard. And I truly do appreciate everything that everybody does, including my fellow council members. None of this is easy for us, whether it be on a staff level or an elected level. We all work very hard. We spend a lot of hours, a lot of time. And it's very unfortunate that there are a few people in this village who act less than adult about things. There are many people in this village who really do appreciate what all we do, and being one of those people who puts in the time to do these DIY projects, I find it very disturbing that you find it podunk that we save you money and we do things to better our community, giving up our time, our talents, and I take exception to that because I take a lot of pride in my town, my village. I got on this board, I got on PRG many years ago, a decade ago, because I love this village and I'm raising my children here. And the reason why I wanted to get on council is because that's just one more way to give back to the community that I'm trying to shape in the best way possible for my children to grow up in. And the way some people have acted over this GO bond issue is extremely embarrassing to me and this community. I would say the vast majority of this village has respect, but there are a few that just don't show any. And it's very embarrassing to be the most affluent community in the entire state to have people act this way. So, again, thanks to everybody that puts in all the effort that they do. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Andy. I'm going to follow suit and obviously thank staff. You guys always are there for us when needed and definitely can be counted on, so we appreciate that. And that, don't take that lightly just because we're just saying it and saying it to say it. I truly mean it. I think what we've changed in this environment and the way we do things and how our government works now is so much more effective, which we're now keeping the better individuals, keeping them around longer, where I'm telling you guys haven't experienced as much as I have, but I've seen so many. It was a revolving door with employees here, and it was very frustrating, and that knowledge that you have, working knowledge that you have is critical to continuing being a success. Thank the officers. Boy, what a interesting, conversation just to have with them and talking to the actual individuals who live and breathe this stuff rather than supposedly learning it from what I will call a spin from maybe an individual and making it look like, this stuff is really bad. I think I'm always looking for the greater good regardless of what we do. I think we're going in the right direction. I will say this, up or down on the GO bond, we're going to get blamed for it. Even though we're allowing the community to vote on this up or down, if it goes up, we're going to get blamed for this and stuff. But that's going to be my direction. If I get an upvote on this, and the same if we get a downvote on this, we'll have to rethink is what is our priorities here and what should we be spending money on the little bit of money that we have. I just celebrated a birthday, and we talk about a 20-year plan. you know, if none of this gets done, in 20 years, I'll be 83, I'll be happy to be upright walking a trail at that point, you know? So in 20 years, let's be fair about it. We've worked hard to be where we're at today. This is an alternative method to not have assets tied to something that we can do a lot more better, so much more cost-effective, and with economies of scale. Any individual that is truly open-minded that I've discussed this with, I keep saying it's just an alternative method. That's all this is, and it's for the people to decide if it's right for them. Also would like to thank the Chamber of Commerce. Recently, they hosted an event at the Agricultural Center, which I think a few of us were able to attend. That was also a good meeting to meet the potential candidates that are running for office. A few of them were there and got to speak with them, which was good, because as you know, this time of year, I don't know if you guys get it, I get the phone calls, who do I vote for? And it's like, I don't necessarily like taking those calls, but I'm going to give them my opinion based on what I know. But there's information out there, but then there's a lot of information that people don't know. But my biggest point to that is what is critical, and I think we need to push this through WUMA, what is critical in Union County, if good or bad, whatever way you look at it, is the decisions are really made in the primaries. You know, who's out on the primaries, who you get to select from, because we pretty much know almost every year which way it goes. It's just your selections are based on all your choices in the primaries. And I think the county choices will be critical this year. And I hope people take the time to learn about the individuals who are running for county. And with that, I will, we're going to recess, right?
Make a motion to recess the Village Council work session until Wednesday, March 6th at 2 p.m. at Marvin Village Hall.
Further discussion. All's in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously. Thank you all for being here.
Joe has had some conversations with the mayor, but.
For what?
About the property.
I was just talking about
Wax on Marvin Road.
the coordination with Wax.
The parks?
Yeah.